Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Hello, it's Tuesday, which means that it's continuing the Makaran POI building adventure. Because, you know, we've got to get this done. And later on, we should have a very special guest, which is something that we talked about last week. Because we fixed all the problems and we tested it and everything. So, let's continue. But first, let's turn the music up. And you can see what I've done so far. We know that we've done this bit over here. Still gonna turn this into some kind of room. We may knock that back a little bit, we may extend it, I don't know yet, we'll see how we go. And this is gonna be the front bit, this is gonna be the entrance. So I'm currently building this right now. And you can see that it's kind of boobly and weird shaped and all those things. So, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Make it a little bit boobly, make it a little bit more, I don't know, aquatic and slash mollusk-esque. Let's bring this in. What have we got over here? Bring that over this way. We can change everything should we need to. Want to just get the room on the inside built first. There we go. Not very big. Not a very big grand entrance area, is there? I'd like to have bigger doors. That's what I'd like to have, but we don't have them, so. I mean, maybe we just settle for the little doors. Look. Why? Oh, we'll put GH in there. That's not going to help, is it? Right, so now let's have a look at doors. We've got these doors, obviously. Obviously. We've got hanger doors. I don't think hanger doors are appropriate for a capital building. You know, we're talking buildings, not vessels, so. And it's not a hangar bay. We maybe we'll not get those in. Maybe. I think I'd quite like to put some shutter doors in. And we're not going to have automatic doors there. Armoured doors, yeah, maybe. Let's have a look at these. And we'll not have those there. So let's see what we've got. Oh, we could have the those. We could have those. That's quite cool. Double armoured doors. Oh, they're only 2 blocks wide, though. Well, that foils my plans. Maybe we could have 2 doors at either side. I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose of it, though. Let's have a look. Have armoured single door over this way. Then all of this that we can change. I mean, we said last time because we want people to be really, tall, the Makarans, because they're tall and gangly. So I don't think those doors are actually going to work after all. Maybe it is the hangar bay. What's the smallest one we've got? 5x3. That's pretty big. What's something in between? Need bigger doors. Escarli! You could use the blast doors. There's different sizes of those. Do you know, you are the man full of good ideas. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Let's get rid of those. Don't want hanger doors. Yeah. Blast doors. Monster! Hello! Happy Tuesday! Obviously, happy Tuesday, Escarli too. What have we got? 113, 114, 115, 116. Do we need 2 of them? So 113? Yeah, that could be better. Or is it 4? The one problem with them is the NPCs have a hard time walking through them, annoyingly. Yeah. Well, I mean, the other way to deal with that is to put more NPCs in all the areas, isn't it? to counteract that fiendishness, I think we want 4. There. Like... Are you no fit? Oh, there. There, like that. And then what we can do is we just turn off symmetry for a little while. I thought I turned off symmetry. I didn't. There we go. And then obviously have that there. And then that looks pretty good. I mean, obviously it's very blocky in here. We'll change that. That's a fantastic idea. Thank you, Escarli. And then we can have, if we have a double wall here. Maybe a triple wall. Yeah, triple wall. And we come in this side. And we do the same here. Fantastic. Absolutely phenomenal. I love it. That's great. Okay. Right. So we've got, this is the front. I thought I'd do it in armored concrete, actually. The externals. I don't know what our P menu's at yet. We're over 93 by 087. We haven't done the tech room yet. We haven't done... So much to do. My goodness, there's so much to do. Right. Rather than deal with the aesthetics of it all quite yet, we need to just get the rooms out, don't we? And ready. So we've got the front entrance, sort of. We'll fix that later. We've got the grand central room. The room of magnificence. Okay. That's not fun. Maybe we'll bring this forward a little bit. Chokiway! Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Gran! Gran!
Chokiway! Chokiway! Hello. We'll set this back one more. Does mean that the room, what's it called? The grand entrance. Well, it's not really a grand entrance, but the entrance to it is a little bit smaller. But I mean, given that you come in through here into here after you've got through security, because this is a little bit of security action right here, then out into here. Yeah, it's pretty opulent, isn't it? I'm building my palace. I'm building the Makaran HQ, the faction. I mean, having said that, it is quite squiddy. It is quite cephalopody, isn't it? I mean, intentionally, so maybe. If I could be a cephalopod, I don't think I would unless it had a longer lifespan. But they are amazing. But we all know my love for cephalopods, so, you know. Maybe. That's better. And we can deal with that later. I mean, obviously some of this is subject to change as well, so it is a thing. It's quite big actually now, looking at it. It's not massive scale. How big have we got? Is this faction going to be in the game? I hope so eventually, but I mean that's up to Elion. If we do a really good job, then I really hope so. Because it could be a lot of fun, but nothing is ever guaranteed. You know, they might not have a place for it, but I hope so. There's so many that get created that not everything can make it, you know? Right, what are we doing here? Yeah, exactly. Important thing at the moment is to have fun building. Absolutely. I mean, that's the whole point. You hit the nail right on the head. That's the most important thing. We're having fun creating the lore, having fun creating the history for this and the buildings, and you know, eventually we'll move on to vessels, you know. But at the moment we're telling a story, so and through building. You just have fun building, doing so, and submit. And then it's up to them whether they want it or not. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're really busy. They've got loads of stuff going on. Some things might be suitable, some things might not be. It's entirely their call, right? The most important thing is having fun, doing some building and coming up with interesting new ways of potentially fiending players. And creating something beautiful, something new, you know? What have we got? 3 blocks. Translation: finding new ways to kill players. Yeah, exactly. Alright, let me just deal with Nightbot, because that's the wrong thing for the wrong day. There we go. I mean, it's interesting changing your thinking from being a survival player to essentially a GM, a games master. You know, that's what it's all about, right? How would players approach this? How would we counteract this? Redmore, hello. I found the coffee. Well, I told you before I dipped out of chat, didn't I? I found the coffee. I am now caffeinated. Ah! So, yeah, okay. I don't know. I know that Escarli will know it. But what I want to kind of go for is a cross between the Stellaris aquatic species habitats and the molluscoid habitats from Stellaris. But having my own twist on it. That's where a lot of this inspiration comes from, because I created my own race on Stellaris and I love them. They're amazing. Obviously I'd say that because I created them and it's a whole role-playing thing. But the designs that you get in Stellaris, they're already predetermined, and I kind of want to go that way for it. And players will have new POIs to destroy. I mean, hopefully, yeah. And if not, that doesn't matter, because we'll have created something beautiful and something new, you know. So most of the fun is from creating and designing something, getting ideas from you guys as well, and utilizing it. You know, that's really cool. They are beautiful. Yes, they are. They are incredible, which is why I kind of wanted to try my hand at it and actually have a POI as well, designed in Empyrean, because that'd be amazing. And obviously you don't get to see any of the internals really, but I like this. Like this room. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I did this last night. Pulled this all out. Got a bit of a sea earthy tone. And obviously you've seen these, and you've seen the rooms that come out this way. A lot of this hasn't been painted yet. You've got the hallways to go into here and up to the top. The back here. But it's probably going to be massive actually, but this by the time it's finished. They're all very unique. Yeah, well, you've seen the molluscoid ones, haven't you? And you must have seen the aquatics ones. I mean, I don't know if you have, because I know that's a what's it called? It's a DLC. The added ones extra ones. There we go. Let's destroy. No. The coffee is catching up now. 1011. There we go. This is going to be in the way, so we're just going to get rid of this. What's this? Platform. 1010. There we go. I find Stellaris very inspiring though. And I think it's because it really encourages that roleplay element where you have to fine tweak all your races and all of the little bits that go along with it. You know, it's very in depth with its character creation, so or race creation, whichever way you want to put it. It's the same thing. Core is down there. The core is right down here. Yeah. Just so you know, because we've talked about this, but in case you don't know, this is going to be an admin core, so you're not going to be able to blow it. So it's frustrating for you immediately when you come in, because you will see the core and you're like, oh damn you, it's an admin core. They're going to have to do tricks and pulley levers and all sorts of fun things. You usually play with the avian ones. The molluscoid, you can't. Oh, you remember. The aquatic, you can't remember. Yeah, it's kind of like the twisty-turny cities. The molluscid ones. It's a very feminine interior. Thank you. So I want it to be oceanic and soft, but also very crunchy. Damn me. Damn me. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna get there and go like, damn you, Granulus. We hate that. I want to be able to walk in and blow the thing and get out with all of my loot. I'm going, no, that's not gonna happen here. You're gonna have to solve the puzzles. You're going to have to run the gauntlet. The screams, the shouts of anger, that's what we want. No! I don't want to have to do this. See, we're thwarting them already. Right, we want to have 2 rooms. You have a troll window in the Creel Imperium precisely for that. You love it when you see people notice it and start complaining. I now appreciate that whole thing. I didn't before, I do now. Granulus pyramid. Heck yeah. Right, so we've got the bakes for that, and we haven't set our special nodules of power, aka the cemetery plane. Can I speak properly? No. You don't expect sense from here, do you? Because you're not getting any. Instead of rain, we say sky water. Because it conjures images in your mind. Here where building gives folks a different perspective on things. Yes, it does. It really does. Like, no, you will not do that. I want you to do this instead. But also, hey, we want to have fun. We want you to have fun with these things as well. So, and also, we want you to have a really nice time. Ocronulus's tomb. I kind of like that, but then you know that I kind of like things like that, so it's going to appeal to my my gothic nature. Why did you not do that? What is wrong with you? Oh my god, I have chosen the wall U shape. What? Oh. Fail. Not so much fail. Zathras do. We've got a lot of these doorways to go through as well, for the players. I really want them to go through these doorways. The long ones rather than just normal doors. Right, we're gonna have that slightly longer. But at the end, if we call it Cornelius's tomb, at the end, there's just, you know, a crypt. The Crypt Creeper. Yes. You have passed the quest. Have 12,000 experience points. Bring that further out there. And if you don't know, the reason why we put building with wood is because wood in an aquatic species or in an aquatic world would be rather rare. So it's seen as a luxury. I mean, wood, you know, should be seen as a revered thing anyway, in my opinion, because wood is amazing. But that's just me. Right, so I want to link driftwood. Exactly. Can you imagine aquatic species coming across wood? You know, a lot of them driftwood that they got. It would be a very special thing indeed. Right, I want a bigger, slightly bigger room here. Do 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 3. I don't know if that's big enough. Seems lopsided. No, it's not. A flamethrower. Once you're in the first layer and everything collapses. Apart from the fact that it's got an admin core, so you can't do that. Hence the admin core. See, the thing is I hang around with the MC pod crew, right? And I know Trent's paying attention now. He's like, "What about us?" No, he's not at all. I'm just messing. But I hang around with them, and I know a lot of the methods that they use to get into POIs. Because, you know, sometimes it's great to be able to bolt through a wall and actually get all the loot that way. It makes it really easy. Yeah, yes you are. So, you know, Treadmore and Ace Killjoy and Dark and everyone else from EMC Pod, they have very special, unique techniques that they use to actually get through a lot of these POIs. And because I play with them and I hang out with them a lot, I get to find a lot of these things out, which is amazing. They're probably going to stop hiding things, stop showing me things now, aren't you? Yeah, tunneling player Emily. Oh, let me grab my explosives. Yeah, absolutely. Or strategically placed SVs, or diggers, or that kind of thing. You know, it's a lot of what we do. I mean, I showed some of it on my YouTube channel as well. I'll grab the CV won't belong. The 3 main ones. Yeah, and knowing precise places where to actually blow through. You know, that kind of thing. So I want to be able to counteract that because of creating this. Because of the materials that we used, I decided that because I wanted wood, I didn't want to be able to have people blow or flame the floor or get through the floor really quickly because of the way that the Makarans are designed as well. So, hence the admin core. So what am I saying is a bad influence? You are a bad influence? No, you're an amazing influence. And you know you are. What I'm saying is that I have been, what am I trying to say? Lucky that I know awesome people that show me new ways of actually getting into things and not running it like I would have done originally manually all the way through. So, you know, now that I do that kind of thing, I want to be able to counteract it. I do have a YouTube channel, yes. Although I need to do more YouTube content, that's for sure. Once everything's built, which it nearly is, in the real world. So I'm in the process of having my workshop, aka shed, cough shed, built. That's actually almost finished. Once my workshop is all up and running outside and things have calmed down a little bit in terms of real life stuff, then I will be doing more for YouTube. But I have an Empyrean series that I occasionally add to. just really easy stuff, things that if you're a beginner player to Empyrean is very helpful. That's all. And obviously there's a few other videos on there. You could have fun with it. Want to blow through the wooden floor? Sure, go for it. But, you know, be in a whole world of hurt. I think that's something for us to consider next time we build a different Makaran building. Like, maybe... Oh, yeah. Actually, you're giving me ideas, Escarli. Like, maybe an ammo depot? A Makaran ammo depot? Could be quite interesting. Come and blow through the floor and you end up in a pit of spikes or something like that. Thank you, Draxel. Could be a good trap, yeah. Room below the wooden floor with a motion sensor. Go down if you set it off, in which turn switches on far more respawn pads than you'd normally encounter. I love your brain. Yes, we should definitely do that. It is coronulous, but I basically think there's a lot of things that need to happen before I get that thing. Where because you have to be, I think you have to have a certain amount of subscribers on YouTube before they give you the actual name. So it's a very small channel. You got your non-anonymous YouTube address all of a sudden, though it turns out it's not on brand. It's just, yeah, it's just wrong at the moment, yeah. You don't have a YouTube account. What you did for your Trezzari cryogenic facility was to have a different NPC spawn encounter depending on the route you take. Oh, okay. See, these are all things that I will learn. I mean, obviously we're learning them right now, but yeah. That's very cool. I like that idea a lot. I don't know if it's possible. What would be really, really cool is, you know, where people think where there's weak points that they could potentially go through. Not on this POI, but on a different one, maybe. Maybe where we have the spike traps and all of the, or the pits of doom and that kind of thing. The luring into scary territory, you know, because you're going to get mobbed by mobs. Having different routes on one of those would be fantastic. So one master route everyone follows with a shortcut that switches off a bunch of spawn pads. Yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe we could do some of that on this, actually. I want to hit. Yeah, you could have found it if you'd searched for Cronulus with the zero. Yeah, you could have. That's another way to get to it. Well, I don't know if I like that. Right, okay, we're gonna Minecraft this for a little bit. You know what I mean by Minecraft, right? It means that we're just going to place blocks. So I know where everything is, and let's just work it out that way. Before we go on to anything else. We can do the fancy bits later. I work in blocks! That needs to be a thing. Like a catchphrase or something. Yeah, one thing that I need to do is I need to start uploading all the VODs that we, like these. Which I will start doing as well. So you can watch them on YouTube too. I'll get there. This is true, I'd forgotten about that. Someone somewhere was going to automate that for me. I can't remember who. Do. Forget it again. Okay. Sure. Alright, how many blocks have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. Alright, sir. Thank you. All the millennials use numerics in their names. I think I'm either the end of Generation X, so it shows you how old I am now, or the beginning of the millennials. In which case it would be accurate. But I'm on the cusp of both. You can't comment on that without passing. Oh, you say that I'm old, because she'd be right. And what do we say? Not old, just experienced. Zenial. I mean, you're slightly older, being a bit more squarely in Gen X, which you belong to. Yeah, Zenial. Jimbo, hello. You're most definitely not a millennial, sir or lady. Uses Zimmer frame to escape this combo. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Escape while you can. You were born as the Voyager probes were going up for launch. Freaking awesome. And you may be the resurrection of the famous Koi Hanako. Or Hanako. There you go, I did say it right. Woohoo! So one of the things that I don't want to do with this POI is I don't... or do I? You're like, well, what were you going to say because you cut yourself off and that's just really confusing? Well, yeah, I am pretty confusing sometimes. I don't want a load of different rooms that can be accessed all at once. And what I mean by that is, say you've got a party of 4. I don't want them to be able to just go straight through one area right into the other. I kind of, you know, all the way through rather. I don't want to flush them in one direction. So maybe what I've done is not really right. No. Zennials are the micro generation of people on the cusp of Generation X and millennial demographic cohorts. It's about 200 years old and passed on shortly before you were born, so proof. I love it. I love it. It's great. Dog! Hello. Right.
Grunt!
Dog! You can tell I finally have my coffee, can't you? Okay. So we're building this on the side of there. Where is yours? Here it is. Don't ask me what that noise was. It's an attempt at a teleporting coffee. Fish that makes it to 200 probably had a fairly low stress life. Do you know about Greenland sharks? Greenland sharks are amazing. They live a ridiculously long amount of time. Let's bring this up here. Let's make the things down here. Let's bring it around a bit. Oh no, we've run out of blocks. Well, we can counteract that, right? Concrete. Yeah, there's a 400-year-old one that we know about. Yeah, absolutely. No, I think you're right, actually. It's the Greenland sharks are they're very old. Very, very, very old. Or rather, they last a very long time, their species does. And they get those little eye bogies, which are parasitic fish, that they can't get rid of, and it makes them go blind. But they don't care anyway. They just adapt. One benefit to having a cold-blooded metabolism, your timer can last longer. Exactly. Cold-blooded. Got a fever of minus 143. Alright, I'll stop now. No! Make it stop! She's singing it again! It's Terabad! Yeah, just doesn't mean it will, just doesn't burn as hot. Bone Dog! Good morning! You're building a progenitor shield for your heavy tank? Excellent. Excellent. We were all, I don't know if you've seen it, but we were all, aka Darker, myself, and Noob, we're ogling over the new NT tank that he's created. That thing is a thing of beauty. And of course, Darker's has got one at the moment, which is why we could ogle off at it, because it is a thing of beauty. I think Tread saw it as well, actually. You see it, Tread? You seen the new NT tank? There we go. Yep. It is beautiful. Right. I want to turn this little thing into a thing over here. We do that. Now let's make a floor. I think we might make this tech room. Or do we? Do we have a... I'd kind of like... You know what I'd like to do? I kind of like a secret wall. I wonder if that's possible. I'm sure there's a way of doing it. I don't know if you've been. I know a lot of you are going to know what I'm talking about in a second. But Chez Kreller's, the way to get up right to the back, where it's... There's two ways that we could go that I'm thinking of. The Chez Kreller's route, which you have an area that looks really unsuspect, but actually it turns out to be a secret entrance to a data area where you can hand in your rewards for coins, or some kind of triggered trapdoor that leads into a generator area and a tech area. TG, good morning! You can have trapdoors, lever blocks, but you can't use concrete textures, only steel. Ace, hello! Did your stream go well? You look like you were having a lot of fun. What is that? Right, so maybe, I wonder, in that case, right, let's have a look at steel. Steel blocks. Let's get rid of the alien building blocks. We'll hide those in our inventory. Let's just get the steel, and I want to have a look at the textures on there. I'll put these here. You could have a cargo box over the entrance hiding it. They have to destroy the box to get past. So the way that would work, they'd have to destroy they'd have to complete the admin core gauntlet first, wouldn't they? Before they could get into the generator room. If they have to destroy a box to get past. Spice! No, just pre-damage it. Oh, okay. Okay, sure. What am I doing that for? Right. Like an actual cargo box. Like just put it... We could put a stack, couldn't we, that did pre-damaged here. Because this could be a storage room, actually. Anything pre-damaged can be destroyed by the player. Okay. So using a survival tool to salvage a block will damage it a little bit. Okay, right. Let's do that now. Salvage tool. Oh, we need... Oh, hang on. So whilst that's constructing, if we go behind here, we can get rid of these then. Unless we could damage these a little bit as well, because they'll have to blow through that. It's going to make it really annoying for folks. But okay. Ah, so evil. Actually, not that evil at all. Just tricksy, right? That's what we talked about before. This is about being tricksy, not about being evil. And I think what I want to do is build the concrete this way, because I want that to go elsewhere. Can you use a multi-tool? That does more damage to the block. No. Let's not do that. So if we go there and there, and then there and there. So you can barely tell, but that is enough to actually for them to blow through it. I love it. I love it so much. I'm gonna do the same on this side as well. Which area did we have? Right there. Okay, right at the end. And there. So let's and then we want. I'm gonna stop pressing G. The cargo there. When you use Alto, there's a box you can tick to save with damage to state. Okay. Thank you. Right, there and there. Although, actually, I'm used to placing these because they give you a really good amount of volume capacity. I don't know if I like that with these now. Enormous large. Look at that one. That might work better. Yeah, we're gonna use these. Right, let's just damage those now. You like them for the looks? What, these ones? Yeah, I think these will look better with the POI that we're building. And let's just get rid of these. So now that we've got symmetry on, right? So would these blocks be damaged as well? Let's have a look. Or do we have to go and damage them ourselves? Let's go. Oh, we have to damage them ourselves, don't we? There we go. Thank you very much for the lurk, Bone Dog. Right, let's carry on. Over this way. Essentially what I want to go for is say that it is actually a thing, right? It's a fully fledged faction at the end of the day, right? So let's say that is what it is, right? It's kind of one of those things that I would like people to really consider their reputation with the Makarans. So essentially you'd want to be really friendly with the Makarans, because then you've got access to a lot of their stuff. But if you then decide that you want to go against them, so basically I kind of want it to be a bit like Polaris. You know, a lot of people don't really have a bad rep with Polaris because A, it's easier, B, it's more convenient, and you know, it's kind of a bit like a, not hive mind if you will, but it goes along those kind of lines. But if you decide that you don't want to be friends with the Makarans, then they're gonna get extremely hostile extremely quickly. You have to damage each and every item you want the player to destroy. Right, okay. That's good to know. Thank you, Escarli. Means there's a lot more testing with admin core POIs than usual when it's finished. Right, okay. Well, I mean, that's fantastic. We will test away. Once I've built this, or once we've built this, really, there's a lot of testing in water and things like that that I want to do, obviously, because of the things that you've sent me as well, which is fantastic. Right, let's go and build these bits over here. What does it do over this way? Does that go straight flush? Comes out one and then door. Okay. That block underneath there? Oh, I think we can get rid of that now. Then debut comp scene. I don't play Mech Warrior, I'm afraid. I've considered it. I know that Ace does and Tread does and Dark does. And Chasseur actually. I think those guys all play Mech Warrior, so if anyone's gonna know, it's gonna be that lot. I say that lot. It's gonna be those guys. That's kind of what you were asking. I know. You haven't played Mech Warrior 5 for a while now. Oh yeah, you've played Mech Warrior 5, haven't you? Guess they're not paying attention. they're probably nattering about a POI. Or doing something of that ilk, I would imagine. Bring it up to the here. Yeah, they got sidetracked in Empyrean again. That's pretty much a guarantee. You got sidetracked. Oh, you got sidetracked in Empyrean again. So you're saying they got sidetracked in Empyrean? I don't know. We took this one out, didn't we? You'll pilot anytime. You jump back in. Oh, that's nice. Where does this lead? Yeah. That leads to here. Maybe we make this be accessed somewhere else. Get a month off doing Mech Warrior 5, then go back to building stuff. You're thankful that the strife is finally done. Oh, a lot of the stuff that you've built is just absolutely incredible. You promised at least better than the AI pilots. Amazing. Do do do. Do do. I mean, when it comes to being here, there's got to be a secret entrance for actual guards to get into as well. guards should be able to actually access it. I wonder if we can make an entrance, and I don't really like them, but maybe using elevators. Right, let's move up this way. That's not a good place for it, actually, is it? Undo them. And how big are these generators? Let's figure out how big these generators are going to be, actually, before we put anything in. Large generator T1s. 32. Oh, they're really quite big. I'd forgotten how big they were actually. Put that there. Doing the same over this way. Yeah, generator room. There we go. Doing the same over here. No. Oh, hang on a sec. We've got a little bit of an issue down here. Because it's lopsided, isn't it? It's slightly asymmetrical. Because of the organic structure on the inside over here. We might have to clear that up right now. Give me one sec. Oh, we can't. Ah, okay. Well then, what we're gonna have to do up here then is use this room for something slightly different, I think, then. Over in this way. 2 generator rooms. Should be, surely that's enough power. Right, what else do we need in terms of... I'll stop doing that. Fuel tank room? That might be good. Behind there. Nothing. Don't put the fuel tanks in there. Good, you haven't. Right, so we've got the fuel tanks in. We've got the generators in. Those. In the Creel Nexus POI built, I did an oxygen storage room with a rare and couple of engineer cyborgs hidden away as little secret. So you had to find your way into it, but when you were, the alien container behind something else, a secret within a secret. Oh. Okay. Maybe we put our another fuel tank down here. I like that idea. Fuel tank. Maybe we put fuel tanks there so it looks square, right? Oh, that's not good. Reach. Just gonna enclose those. And what we're gonna do is, I think we've got extra space down here. Yeah, we do. We're gonna put it there. Thank you, thank you. And then let's put the elevators up here. So this is the storage area. We can go left and we could go right. Cover that up. Right. So we've got one of the main rooms here. Oh, that's not good. Let's fix that right now. There we go. That's done the same. Come on. There we go. I'm gonna check all of these now. There's a lot of texturing to do already. Texturing is pain! Let's come over this way. Let's just check this room as well. Obviously, we've got to put lights in, and there is so much to do, but less to do than there was last week. That's for sure. We kind of need some crew quarters as well, don't we? And a rest room and things like that. Maybe we'll do the crew quarters over this way. I like the fact that that leads to here, that leads to there. I think crew quarters should be up here actually somewhere. Maybe up here? Kind of need a room to come into here. Maybe it's there. Yeah, maybe the room's there. We're going to do that, then we're going to need to fix this. Right, this is a generator room. It looks pretty sad at the moment, doesn't it? And there needs to be more stuff in each generator room. Let's look. Let's put that there. And put that there. And let's shove the roof on as well. And that's not placed very well at all. Right, where's the generators? That's better. That over there. Okay, what else do we want with a generator route? We could definitely do with an O2 room. We need a constructor room, don't we? Or would we need that with a general HQ though? Storage, yes. Way to power it, yes. Oxygen, yes. Brew areas, yes. Brew living facilities, yes, we need those. It's gonna need a shield room. Right, where are we gonna make our shield room? I kinda want that to be at the top. So let's move it over the central build here. I'm gonna stick... Where is it? Let's find the central block. It is right there. So, we go straight up from where we are, which is this block. Let's just paint it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh. Yeah, it's right. Okay. Just mark that there, and let's get the shield out. Polarized hull shield, yes please. But when it goes into full lockdown, we also need a core room. Maybe they come in from the shield room. Essentially what I want to do is I want to build a tower up here, so... Eventually. Let's have a look. I've got to stop pressing G instead of H. Right, let's just hold those in the thingy for now. Where are you? Where are the core extra bits? Come on, core extra bits. Where are you? There. Try with just a couple of these first. So if we go here and here, and how many blocks is it from there? 1, 2, 3. You're lurking for working? Hey! Ginger! Hello! So it should be there. There. And there. There we go. Happy Tuesday, how are you? That should be enough, right? We'll see. I've not put guns on it yet. Let's fill in these blocks over here as well. Right. Let's get rid of that. Let's put this over here. Let's throw that in there. Throw that in there. And we want some entrances in here. I think this is gonna be a nice place for staff members to go and observe. This way. You wanna be your regular wannabe Joker is back again. Woohoo! You have a new construction joke for you, but you're still working on it. Nice. Very well done. And there, and there, and there, and there. Okay. It looks lopsided. That's because it's asymmetrical underneath. It'll be fine though. Still need lights. I think what we'll do is we'll put a ramp A down here. Come on. There we go. Down here. We'll turn that over there. Go. We'll go and do these over this way. Turn that over this way. Move that down. Right. Ramp C mediums. Shazam! Bit of a maze already. It really is a bit of a maze. Needs to be more stuff with this area. I wonder if we can turn this into a bit of a... Well, this is obviously the storage area, construction area. We need an O2 room as well. Where are we going to put an O2 room? I'm sure we've got some sneaky hiding places down here somewhere. We can put more stuff in here to make it more real. That's a conduit room. Oh, we've got some sneaky bits. Ah, aha, we do have a sneaky bit. So where does this lead up to? Oh, this leads up there. So we could punch. We punch down here? Nope. No. Question, do you need O2? Well, I mean, if it's on an aquatic planet, well, I mean, them themselves just need water. So, water usually, but not always, kind of can indicate that there's O2 there, so perhaps not, actually. Perhaps not. Need H2O tanks. That's why we need H2O tanks. But that's not possible in Empyrean, so, you know. Not yet, anyway. There's going to be a POI with an NPC for power and O2 are unlimited anyways. Yeah, no, I wanted a a room. It's just like we have a generator room, and you know, an energy room to signify that kind of thing. More of a mock-up than anything else. Yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, it's RP reasons, yeah. But given that they're an aquatic species, they would need H2O rather than O2, wouldn't they? With the way that they consume it, the way that they breathe. I want to be able to get down here. Actually, so yeah, maybe we don't. They do use O2. They do. They do. Fish! Fish! Today's fish is trout a la creme. Enjoy your meal. I will. So maybe we do to. But then we would need a hydrogen room as well. And we can we approximate that? I wanna test something. I don't know whether it's possible. Give me one sec. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? Where did the things go? Can we colour the tanks different things? That's what I would like to know. No. Oh, yes. Fish do, but that aquatic alien race? No idea. How are they called? Makaran? Because it's a name I came up with. From what I seem to remember when I looked it up, it is some kind of name taken from, I think it's either ancient history or myth. The Makar, I think. Let me have a look. Have a look. I was inspired, let's put it this way, I was inspired by myths and legends and ancient history, as I usually look for inspiration for that kind of thing, with anything to do with role-playing. So it has been taken via something like that. Ah, there we go. Hang on. The Makara. There we go. Makara appears as the Vahana, or river goddess Ganga, Narmada, or the sea god Varuna. Makara is a Sanskrit word which means sea animal, crocodile. Sea animal. So there you go. The Makarans. It's from Sanskrit. Mako as a shark, yeah, absolutely. You suppose being alien they could breathe pure acid, yeah. So the Makar are mythology from Sanskrit. There you go. That's where I got my inspiration. There's not much, I say inspiration. There's not much of a transition in terms of the name, but macaroni is an Italian pasta. Macaroni is awesome. I don't know. We'll think about the H2O. No, not H2O. Now my brain is not working. I need more coffee. Yeah, it's a crocodile that looks like a shark and loves Italian pasta. Yeah, there you go. But they're long. They're tall. They're tall. Right. What do we want to do right now? We want to have a look at this. I think I want to put a teleporter room in the head's office. I say head's office, you know what I mean. Not there, here. Just behind where the desk is gonna go. For reasons, for escaping reasons. Being an alien, they could breathe pure acid. Now that's not... Yeah, it doesn't specify which kind of world. That's something that we could come up with along the way, right? I want to repair console in the storage room. I guess I do. Get rid of those now. We're gonna have one of those. Might as well have a repair bay there as well. Also, we need some kind of quick access facilities. You know what I mean? We're not gonna need that repair console. I guess we will have one of those there. Is the teleporter going to be linked to the teleporter network players use? Is it possible to have a teleporter network en route that's hooked up to other faction? I mean, the same faction stuff. Is that a possibility? So do you see what I'm saying? One POI, say the Makarans had their headquarters in one specific place, but their depot or their hangar bay is another. Could that link up to the hangar bay? Oh, I'm rubbish. Because that would be really cool. It has to be spawned as a group and on the same on the same planet. Then yes. Okay, so if it's on the same planet, if the POIs are in the same playfield, you remember correctly, the Karana POIs do that. Oh, do they? That's interesting to know. You have to code the teleporter properly. Okay. Right. I think that's something that we want to go down. Then, so they can teleport to each one, so that they can essentially, you know, go and get help. Say, help! Our headquarters being attacked. Ships, come on, get in the air. We're gonna take over. You know, we're not having this happen on our land. Heck no! We're gonna go and fiend them. You have to, yeah, device name at POI name. Right, okay. I'll try and remember that. You know what my memory's like. Shockingly bad. Portal. But you have to untick the box saying the teleporter is on the teleport network, unless otherwise players can just go straight there. Yeah, we don't want that. No. You know these... Where are they? Alien blocks. No, never mind. That was a stupid question because we've got spawn pads. Never mind. Human, that's not for us. More of these. Put one over this way. Wrong room. Over this way. Oh, you can only have one, can't you? Right, okay. Well, one room. What? Can you only have one room? Why? I'm sure that was absolute nonsense then. Yeah, it's nonsense. Never mind. Have one. Is that in the Alto menu? Let's just thingamajig right here. Oh, thank you for the light. Yes, please. That'd be great. Override. Save damage states. Aha! Overwrite, yeah. So I wonder, let's just sort this out right now, and then I won't forget. Code the teleporter. I've lost where I am in my own POI. There we go. Home spawn. Devices. Let's just auto group this. Rotation teleporter. Devices. Right. Okay. Device name at POI name. Look on the right. Teleport network. Oh! Cancel. Thank you. Yes. No. So we unclick that. I want a crumpet. Oh yeah, that'd be great. Yes, please. Not only do I get a cup of tea, I get a crumpet with it. That's amazing. Right. Okay, so we've unticked that. Having that green tick means it's player one. Unticking it like that means it's not. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Oh, and this is where you enter your set your teleport target. No, thank you. Okay, so at least we sorted that. Okay, let's continue buildy. Right, okay. So then we will have to build another POI to make sure that that is a connection that they would do. Okay. Just for role-playing reasons, you know? Let's move those there. Over to this one. Over here. Oh, we don't want to get rid of that there. Let's just undo that. Oh. And it was here, wasn't it? Yeah. Do the same over this way. Okay, right. So, let's just get rid of those. Why can't I trash them? I think one of these rooms we will have the furnace over this one. This one can be the furnace room. What you can do is put a spawner in front of the teleporter. Reinforcements can be put down as a respawning spawn pad. Oh, okay. Right, I'm distracted, but who cares? Let's go and do that right now. So we put a respawner pad right down there. Drone spawn, NPC spawner pad. We want one of those. Just turn that around a little bit. Unless we put 2 down here, is that excessive? A thin one. Is it excessive having two down here? Use a thin one, I'll make it look like they're coming out the teleporter. Amazing. Yeah, no, that's great. I'm gonna put 2 down. Because reasons. Their base has been invaded. It's on their homeworld. They're gonna get upset, right? Let's come down here. And what we were looking for, not that. Where's the furnace? I like that there. Well, let's put them on this back wall. There, there, and there. Yeah, that looks pretty solid for furnaces. And they can have crafting over this way, so let's go to get rid of those. Trash. Get rid of these epic drills because we don't need them. We're gonna need pentexid tanks, aren't we? Right, advanced constructors. Advanced constructors. Let's get rid of, where are they? Those. What else do we want? I want the little ones. Where did the little ones go? Not them, that's not them. Why can't I see them? Oh, we could have a deconstructor. Don't like the placement for that. It feels too close down here. Let's just bring this up 1 second. Let's just bring that in. Wonder if we can do. Who's to say they can't have it upside down, right?
Gran! Gran!
Right, so Pentaxid tank is for deco only. Okay, well that's really, really good to know. There's so much extra stuff by this. Treadwall! Treadwall! Let's put these there. Oh my goodness, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And I want these. Let's get rid of those. Your heart fell out after the sound alert. We'll mess about with those later. I don't need that right now. I'm getting distracted again. Okay. I have tea! Thank you. Obviously we want a medical bay as well. But we want meeting rooms too. As general headquarter would have a lot of the stuff like that. Wouldn't it have solar as well? No, we're not going to do that. I have an idea. Think of the gas refinery POI in space. Oh, I've not been there in ages. I have an idea though. Oh, can you? Interesting, okay. My desk is so full of crap at the moment. Not actually funny. And is it just the standard? If it's a... I mean, maybe they wouldn't. Not here anyway, their general headquarters. Wouldn't they just go to a medical facility instead? Yeah. Maybe they wouldn't. I mean, we've got to think about it. So, because I'm so used to being a player that my general go-to is we build crafting stations and med bays and all that kind of stuff. That's not what we're doing here. I mean, instead of a crafting area... Yeah, exactly. I think this is what I've had problems with. I mean, we've got some storage here. Would they even have this here? I don't think it's necessary. And we'd have specific POIs designed for all of this. So I think we scrap this idea. I mean, the containers, yeah, we'll keep those. We can turn them into some, you know, just extra storage. And I think we get rid of these furnaces too. But what we do need is a general headquarters, so we need meeting rooms. We need a trade area, right? So a marketplace would be valid. Yeah. It's just getting your head wrapped round about what actually it's gonna house. So like conference rooms, meeting rooms, raid rooms, you know, where you can sell your weaponry and stuff like that. I think what we do here... Holy crap! Oh my god! Excuse me while I just put my stomach back in. Holy crap! Whoa! You don't need Molly to jump. Everyone's definitely awake now. we were lulling into creative bliss, but now we need to actually focus. Right. Holy crapola on a biscuit. You're just a little bit. What? I think we make this a meeting room. We can change this later on. You know when your adrenaline just suddenly gets completely pumped? Well, never apologise. Keeps us focused. Yeah, conference room. I think maybe what we do is we just cut off these areas. Let's just block it. If in doubt, block it. We can always open it up later. Conference room. And deters a little bit, right? We've got more stuff to work with. And that feels a little bit better as well. It's a bit more square, but whatever. We can change it as we go along. Let's just get all this stuff in. Whew. You almost had a heart attack. Pants, you're wearing diapers now. I know, right? Welcome to Diaperus. I mean, maybe we move, because we want the players to be able to get around. Maybe move that over here. Move these back. We want a relaxation station. Maybe one of those. Turn that over there as well. Relaxation station. This is where the big board's going to be. Your work here is done. Maybe you have a guy here. From a Traders Guild. He's having a conference. Do with more NPCs knocking around actually around here. What do we have that works up here? One of those. Oh, I love these. Right, one of those, an LCD screen. I think I want to put this up here. Maybe there. Wonder if this is the right material. I don't think it is. We might have to use some steel for this. Whew. That's a carpet. I don't really want the carpet. That's already looking more like a conference room, isn't it? There we go. That's better. And the reason why I've done it this colour is so that when I project graphics on it, I don't have to do the background or anything like that. Right. We've got a conference room over that way. This must mean that this is the trade centre. Let's put that there. Minutes until next meeting. Yay! Yay for it being 10 minutes and not right now. But also boo for the meeting. Unless it's a good meeting, in which case yay. Likely to be contentious. You need a better job. Are you a software developer, by the way? I know that you work in IT. I'm sure you've told me before, but you know how bad my memory is. And obviously, if you don't answer it, then you don't feel like you have to. Software engineering and data science. Okay. Very cool. Cover these. You're afraid of software. Yeah. And you don't like science very much. Oh, that's gotta be difficult. I mean, science is so useful. But then that's my opinion, right? Well, it's not my opinion, it's fact. Science is useful. We discover many things because science. Yeah, you got bills to pay, yeah. Data-driven decisions for the win! Yep. Yeah, rather than just plodding through it. Yeah. It's difficult though, right? We need trade areas. How do we go about making this a trade area? With that's for sure. I also need facilities. The bathroom facility. The work is interesting, but you'd rather be doing it for science-based stuff. Yeah, absolutely. H. Looking for something. What am I looking for? I'm looking for trading stations. I don't care that these are player-based. We're gonna use them. We'll make kind of like a thingy area. How do I do that? We're gonna need these for traders. Traders Guild, Traders Renaissance Heads Commanders, Settlement Chiefs Talon. Traders Guild. Yeah, the luxury of deciding a job based with ideals, yeah. We're gonna have a trading guys. Yeah, wait, no, I mean, the thing is, you know, you're allowed to not be happy about certain things that go on, right? And you're understanding of other folks' predicaments, so I don't see that there's anything wrong with it. We might have too many traders around here. Maybe we'll have 3 over this way. So let's have a thing, and we have a thing for you. Oh no, you should stop me from singing again. Alright, I'll stop doing the stupid voices as well. There we go. Let's come over this way. That over there. This feels like a trading hub. Yeah. It makes you political too. I mean, I think we're all political in some way or another. Just though, you know, it's one of those. We'll put another one over here as well. The trading pods. Put them over here. This kind of feels a bit claustrophobic though. I'm not happy with this placement at all. Maybe we've got it out too far. Maybe we need little areas like this instead. Because we've got a huge room and it's starting to feel overwhelming and I don't like that. Maybe we'll put this over here like this. Because we can have stuff from behind them. Like that. That feels better, doesn't it? Yeah, enough said for one person's stream. That's fair. Let's get rid of these guys. I think placing those was the thing that got us into trouble. So let's put over this over here. We have one, yeah, over there. This one. Undo, undo. We can put these guys in later. I just feel like it was slightly overwhelming, so and I feel this makes me feel happier. Because a trading room, you want it to have space. Let's get rid of this guy, and let's put this over there. That feels nice. Hang on, what did you say? This is stolen. I'm here to talk to you about the benefits of grades. I'm raising awareness. Effing grapes, though. Typos ruin everything. Free raisins for everyone! And just like that, a trader's life will snuff out. Yep, absolutely. It's alright, we're gonna put it in here. We've got one there. See, they're back now. I'm back! You got it! It feels much nicer. Yeah, this is better. I want to make this kind of opulent. Because, you know, we want opulence in our trading hall. It's meeting time. And I hope your meeting passes quickly and that it actually is enjoyable. I will hope, fingers crossed, that it is at least quick. You don't like raisins? I actually really like raisins. I like sultanas way better though. They're mean and unsympathetic. What raisins are? Oh. You don't hate raisins, you just don't go out of your way for them. So we have these little things in the UK, and it's either going to make you shudder in horror or curious if you've never had them before. But they're called Eccles cakes. I know. I'll be really surprised if Escarli likes them. But they're pastry. They're like really, really crinkly puff pastry, sort of, with hundreds of raisins packed into an Eccles cake. When you've studied computer science, you thought to yourself you'd do anything except managing money. Guess what you've done all your career? Managing money. It's a thing that it's uncanny sometimes, isn't it? Nope. That's a nope from Escarli. You don't like Eccles cakes? Oh, but they're great. Let's put those in there. I want to put these in here. It's a little bit different from the whole, but it carries on the theme. Replace the raisins for chocolate drops and you're there. I mean, you're missing the whole point of the awesomeness of Eccles cakes then. They're all about celebrating the raisins. You're like, yeah, stuff of nightmarish proportions? No thank you. Change this here. No, you're not. You're fixing them. That feels better. That feels better already. But they're nice. ECCLES. Eccles cake. Vollinger's reaction. Why? Spawn! Spawn of evil! You're more twisted than I thought. I mean, in terms of you seeing what they look like and me talking about them and bigging them up. Yeah. You'd rather have a shoe bun? Shoe buns are okay. They're overrated though. In my opinion, obviously. I just find them a little bit meh. I want a swoopy swoop, but a half block swoopy swoop. So what I want is a swoopy swoop that is a ramp C medium, so it goes meh. Now you see, gross. They're actually really nice. UK food misgivings. I don't think this is back. Don't want it. I mean, I guess there's definitely a Metropolis thing going on if we put these in here. These things look like a trap you'd fall into. Only if you like raisins. Yeah. I mean, they're full of... So it's like a pastry exterior with thin, like really flaky pastry. And then on the inside it's sugary raisins. That's all it is. Sugary raisins are awesome. It's like a raisin party. So you'll probably hate it if you don't like raisins. Yeah, exactly. Raisin overflow exception. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, you might not be wrong. Can a player get past here? I'm just wondering. Let's just test this. Cube half. Can a player get past here? Yeah, they can. Okay. Not that you'd want to. And there's this little guy. Oh, the little guy spoils everything. No, we'll have to go back to where it was. That's fine. You would? Not fair. Which side do you like better? The left or the right? Prefer Escarli's T-Rex. I mean, T-Rexes are really cool. So. I mean, that says a lot about how you feel about Eccles cakes. It's just nope. No, thank you. I don't know about you, but I, over the last couple of years, have got really meh about Christmas pudding. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but I just think at Christmas it's so much effort to make. There you go. The right side looks spacier. Okay. Okay, let's do the right side then. Spacier. Yeah. We'll stick with that. And we'll do the same here. Yeah, Christmas pudding. I used to really enjoy it, but now I just think it's a lot of effort for Christmas. And there are nicer things that are quicker to make. Like, I really like mince pies. So I think, you know, I actually came up, well, I didn't come up with it. One of my friends came up with it. And it probably already exists, so, you know, there's probably nothing new here. But she made a pastry base with mincemeat We're talking about the fruit minced meat rather than just minced animal offerings. So it's got all the spices and sultanas and that kind of thing in it. But then she put almond cake over the top, and it was beautiful. It was really nice. So like a Bakewell tart, but with minced meat in there. A little bit of lemon. Lemon, not leaven. So I think I'd rather have and make those kind of things rather than Christmas puddings or Christmas cakes this year. I think that's where I'm going to go with the whole thing, because obviously at some point that's going to happen. But we still have All Hallows Eve to go first, so yes, talking about this now is bad and wrong. I don't know what we're going to do with the roof. So, I want something in the middle here. Like a water feature. I think Trading Hall needs some kind of water feature of loveliness. How would we do that in Empyrean? In Minecraft, obviously you can put water sources in. We don't have that luxury in Empyrean. You can't just use water. Maybe the other thing that we need actually in here as well is the money machines. Let's put those there. So a trader thingamajig there, and a cash machine thingamajig right there. That feels better. Yeah, we want some kind of nus right here. I think first of all, let's have a look. Let's just get a little bit creative for a little bit. Let's move those because we don't really need them. We've got our plants and stuff over this way. Got blocks. I think what I'm going to use is steel blocks. I think we'll use steel blocks around here, because we can colour them slightly better than got more options than the concrete. So let's colour those. Will a... Yes, we'll try it. Is that too big? Move this down a little. What am I looking for? I don't want the half thing. Where's that actually? See if we can make this work. That way. Get rid of that for a second. Seven. Let's try that. That looks kind of nice. And then let's try this. Hmm. We can't get force fields to go on a half block slab, can we? So it could go on the bottom, and what I mean by that is, let's just go over to this. We could put it at the, that whoever did that was done. Right, there we go. So we could get it to go, oh, for crying out loud. Oh, oh, oh! I know who's arrived. Wait, where are you? Where did you go? Arachnids. Oh, Creel's here. Where did you go? Dropping species on me. Hey! So we talked about it. Escarli is my special guest today. He's hey, Escarli, welcome, welcome. We're gonna do some plotting together. So if you didn't know that was coming, that's what's happening. We're gonna plot some fun things. You have to excuse the friends you brought with you. They just want to hang out, right? Okay, that's amazing. I was thinking that what I could do is put these little shapes around the edges. Like this to signify a fountain, but I don't know if it's actually gonna work well. But this is the kind of thing that I was going for. Or maybe we could go on the inside. That might be better. But yeah, like I was saying, Escarli and I are gonna do some plotting today about what works best in POIs, fun tricksy things, that kind of thing. So, shall we go to the main area and start from there? I'm muted. Ah, oh, damn it. Hey, there we go.
Jesus Christ, he made me jump. That was loud. If you can hear me.
Yes, I can. I'd forgotten that I was muted on the chat, actually.
You're coming over really loud.
Oh, am I? You can turn me down.
But it's your turn to make me jump, isn't it? You know.
Awesome.
I've lost. There you are. I'm in the main chasm above the court at the moment.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I see you.
I don't.
I see you right there.
Ah, there you are.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we start, where should we start? In the main, in the main area, or shall we start in here?
Is this the main entrance kind of thing then?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. I feel like I'm about to sneeze. It depends how evil you want it to be, and kind of, I mean, there's loads of little tricks you can do, like if you just you can connect a signal, for example, to these doors, to the
Mm.
blast doors, so that when they open, they can turn on or off other things, or open other doors, or even spawn pads.
Ah. Okay.
So it's one of these. Say, for example, you've. Hang on, let me get a thingy. Oh, hang on. Alien blocks. That's what it's called. Yes. Yeah. So, boom. There you go. One thingy.
Oh.
So, if imagine you've got an L-shape corridor, for example, and you're standing here,
Mm.
and you don't want it to spawn in, or I'm not explaining it too well. If you've got a room and you've got a corridor next to it, and you want something to spawn in the room, but not when it's in the corridor,
Yeah.
kind of thing, sometimes you can, because it's all based on the motion sensor bed box.
Oh.
So if you go to that, if you just look at that spawner I just placed,
Yeah.
go to devices. On the left-hand side, you will see kind of a motion sensor bed box kind of thing. If you click
Oh.
on the interactive box,
Oh yeah.
there you are.
The interactive
So
setup.
exactly. So if the player is within that red area,
Mm.
whatever you've got down there, in this case a 0x minigun, will spawn. So
Right.
it was exactly the same as a motion sensor. So because it's a square, it gets to be a bit of a pain. Which is why you can, if you go to the signal logic, if you just hit the signal logic tab, what you could do is to use the blast doors behind you as a signal. So when those blast doors open, it'll turn this particular thing on or off. So there's
Oh.
loads of little tricks you can do to kind of customize exactly how and where they work. Which also
Right.
means you can do loads of trapdoors and so forth, which have them spring out.
That's awesome. Okay. Yeah.
So it just depends how tricksy you want it to be, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it means to demonize your base. No, not at all. I mean, this is the whole point, right? We've got to be tricksy because that's the way it is. Yeah, so essentially you're saying you can use these blast doors to give a signal to this that then senses it and then releases creatures to thwart the
Exactly.
player. Okay.
Yes, and it doesn't have to be a blast door. It could be like a normal bog standard door.
Oh, can
something,
it?
Yeah, it's anything which allows you to create a signal, whether that's a lever, a motion sensor, a light sensor, never used those, or a door, anything like that which allows you to create a signal for that device, you can use to kind of turn on or off for other stuff, other devices, such as, for example, a spawn pad.
Mm.
You could also make it, for example, just to bring it back to player stuff. When you open a door, the light comes on.
Yeah.
That's a basic thing. It's the same principle.
Right. Okay.
So one thing you need to be wary of with those red thin pads, those are the ones that people will see appear out of thin air.
Right.
So if you want a spawn pad that can be destroyed, great, you can use a standard ones. If you don't, then you've got to be careful, I guess, exactly how it spawns in.
Right. Okay.
That's where the bed box area. So you might want to hide it behind devices, behind a wardrobe or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
No. So pathing in terms of where the player goes through the POI and what they look, I normally just put a gravity generator somewhere so I can just physically walk around the god mode off. So I can, okay, so what do they see? What can they can't see, kind of thing.
Right. Okay. So that you use a gravity gen to do that for.
Yeah, but only because we're out in space. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's put one of those down so we can have a look anyway. I'll stick it on the outside of this window.
Is it me, or is this whole thing lopsided?
It's lopsided. It's slightly off by 1 because of the internal shell.
It just looks a bit funny, that's all. I was trying to think, is it me?
No. It's slightly brain breaking, isn't it? Because I keep trying to do symmetry and then going, oh yeah, it's 1 block out on one side. Gravity gen. Where the heck are they? Right, there we go. I'll find it. Lop that right on the side there. Oh! There we go.
Cool. That just means you know you can. Hey.
Yeah.
It's something I constantly do. You know, when I'm putting together POIs, it's very important to see. Okay, so let's be a player at the moment. Just walk around, see what it's like. It enables you to see kind of okay. So one of the big problems I've had, well, I don't like myself with the spawn pads you can destroy is the fact you can destroy them. Once they're destroyed, they won't spawn the stuff.
Yeah.
So I like to kind of put the destroyable spawn pads in areas where they can see them, but they can't fire.
Yeah. So like,
just to be a bit of a git that they know there's something there, but crap, I can't. You know, they need to get the right angle for it.
Yeah. So essentially, like, if I'm a player and I'm coming through this door right now, a spawn pad to get straight away would be down. Would be here on either side because they can't immediately access it.
Yeah, but if you're standing in this corner, you can see it, but you can't see the one obviously that end. So it's kind of, if you're standing in the middle, I can see that one, but not that one.
Yeah. It's this one. It would have to be there. Because you can't see that either. Do you see what I mean?
And the other thing I tend to do sometimes I'll put some of these in plain view, just to give these ones a chance to spawn.
So, like, you'd have one right there and right there?
Yeah, something like that. So, for example, say, let me give it an example for you. There you go. So, say you've got one right here, for example. So, obviously not going to see that. But if they sprint too far forwards like this, or if you're in space, jetpack.
Yeah.
I'm like, this jetpack's such a pain in the ass. You know, if you've got sentry guns firing down, or if you've got something that's going to spawn stuff, it's going to delay them, it's going to slow them down. They'll try and destroy those first, giving the thin spawn pads a chance to spawn.
Right, yeah. That's a really good idea. Okay.
So, in terms of general placement, that's the kind of thing I try to think of.
Oh, that's really, really useful. And I really like this idea of hiding those thin spawn plates here as well. Like you say, it does give them a bit of a chance, doesn't it? Yeah,
I mean, one of the problems you'll have on a room this big and long is if you just have a look at the device at that interactive area again. It doesn't matter which one. It's exactly the same as a motion sensor. In other words, you can only go a maximum of 16 blocks in each direction.
Right. Okay.
So if you've got a room which is longer than 16 blocks, dink, all the way over here.
Yeah.
It's if you've got something here, ding, there you are. Then you're going to actually physically see that coming in.
Yeah.
And that's where stuff, for me, that's where stuff like this comes in. Because if you've got certain devices like the portal, you know the ones I mean, the actual portals and those teleporters, you put something smack bang in the middle, in the front of that, it's not a giant leap. Okay, he's just vanished out of thin air, but he's just come out of the teleporter.
Yeah.
It becomes believable, and in that sense, great. You can have something here, not a problem. There's reinforcements coming out of here.
Right. Okay. I like that. Yeah. Because it does, like you were saying, does make it more believable. Because you're telling a story. Now, in terms of what we've got right here, would a portal be better because it's bigger and it's kind of like the headquarters, or would the teleporter? Do you think the teleporter works quite fine enough?
Well, for visuals, I love the portal. I just think it looks cool.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Yeah.
But in terms of if you want to connect it to something else, you've got to use a teleporter because the portals will only work if you're connecting to a portal in a different solar system.
Oh.
Now, obviously, that becomes a problem in something like Vanilla, who uses random generation stuff. You're never going to know what the star name is called.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So, in terms of a once-off, like I've done on a Quill Nexus, have a portal, have a thing in front, looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, the beauty of it is you can set. I'm going to work on this one. Let's. Okay, so if you have a look at that one, I've ticked some boxes. It's set to 100. Hey, why not? It's set to static and it's set to respawn.
Okay.
So the respawn will mean it's going to continually turn out those 100 forever, and the player can't get rid of it unless you've got a signal logic to turn them off.
Right. Okay. So that's when
And
you set up a lever or something like that.
Exactly. So you could have a security substation room or a security office, for example. Boom, turn the reinforcements off, and then that turns that off. No one would ever know. Static, on the other hand, means it's going to ignore signal logic. It's going to ignore the fact it doesn't have a power, a generator. It's just going to work regardless.
Right. Okay.
And that's something else to remember. So if you do want those utilized with signal logic, you've got to turn static off.
Okay. Yeah. You want to put your levers in and then turn that off and hook it all up.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think some sentry guns would look nice on this window, you know.
Ooh. Look. Sentry guns on here.
Yeah.
Do it.
You know, do you want the alien ones or the player ones? You've got two different types.
Shall we have a look at both of them and see which one works better? There. Oh, okay.
And
So.
then you've got. There's no real difference between the two, really.
Oh yeah.
That's the only two different kinds we've got in vanilla. Anyway, I know Project and Reforged have some slightly different options, don't they? But
yeah, I think these ones look way better.
those are rarely used these days, you know. But they were the only ones which were available, you see. So you know.
Oh really?
Yeah, well, the player stuff you need if you wanted those on a POI, you would need to have an ammo box and the ammunition inside it.
Oh.
So obviously, once that had run out, the POI wouldn't have anything. That's why they were never used. Because the player could just sit there with the shields up and boom, you know.
I didn't know that. That's crazy. Okay. I mean, that actually might be a good idea for some areas in this. You know, like the hallways, that kind of thing. Because they're very thin and narrow, having to wait and take cover until... So it's almost like a timing thing that you can force... They can either wait or get hit whilst they destroy them.
Yeah. I mean, there are... these ones as well, of course, but you can embed within the room, set up a motion sensor, and boom, ambush time.
Yeah, I saw some of these actually. I think
but that might
last week. Sorry, go on.
But that would be a bit difficult here, wouldn't it? Because this is kind of the wall. I'm guessing to the outside.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. This is just the internal area. I'm actually going to build the outsides because what we're going to have on the outsides are twisty turny towers that go up, and then the central one is going to be like a I don't know if you've seen them. Have you seen the Space Engineers, the long rail guns?
I've watched very little Space Engineers, I'm afraid.
Right. Okay. You know, in
I think that-
Stellaris,
Hmm.
one of the homeworld planets where they go very narrow all the way up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think I know the ones you mean, yeah.
Kind of a bit like that. So that's what the outside is going to look like. It's going to have some twisty, turny, outsidey bits. With predominantly, it's going to be greys and shiny stuff, but with a little bit of UV goodness in there, just to kind of light it up a little bit. But they're going to be towers. It's going to be a lot of high towers.
Yeah, sounds good.
And shell-like constructions. So this is just, you know, making sure that we've got all the base rooms done properly. So if we're going to put stuff on the walls, we can definitely make that work.
I mean, the other thing about these is this is a very long room, isn't it?
Yes.
And the thing when you got sentry guns, now this is where me I've got a lot of hours, but they're mostly creative. I've done much survival. Is as a player, when would those start becoming a problem if you're aggroed?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's now granted, you do have pillars you can kind of hide behind and so forth. So in my book, it's fine but if you just come through the door here, bam.
Yeah.
Are they just again going to breach you and fire?
Yeah. I mean, though, if it's aggroed, yeah, everything is gonna be going full throttle.
See, this is where my evils side comes in, because fantastic. You know.
And I think the other side as well is, well, one thing that I really like when I'm running POIs is not knowing where the turret's going to pop out. So, kind of like, you know, if you're coming out here, then I want stuff to be able to shoot them in the back from this area.
Yes, the only thing I would say about stuff shooting you in the back of NPC spawn in the back, if you do that too much, people will complain.
Right, okay.
It is very easy to, and I really do get it. It's great. Oh, you know that's fantastic. That's evil. But if you think of like the derelict ship and the original version of Rebellion put together, I love it. It's not a problem. Veteran players loved it, but new players found they were getting constantly going through stuff and then stuff shooting them in the back.
Right, okay.
And it got to the point they were really complaining about it. That's why it ended up getting changed.
Right, okay.
So there is a balance in terms of having fun, difficulty versus being a pest kind of thing.
Yeah, we don't want to end up being pest territory. That's for sure.
I mean, doing it once or twice is fine.
Yeah.
Constantly doing it, you know,
is a thing. I tell you what, I'd quite like actually to distract people from the turrets at the front. Is there a way? I suppose we could use it with spawn pads, but having a spawn pad on the ceiling that drops a gigantic mech. So they see that, or something that drops it from the ceiling, where, you know, it can look like a portal. So maybe a shootable one that they can get rid of, but they know it's coming and they gotta get rid of it.
That could possibly be done. The problem is you wouldn't be able to have, for example, this is that one, isn't it? Okay, so if you have that, for example, okay, well that's that's a half block, not a full block.
Oh,
but,
is it?
The same thing. What will happen there? The damn thing will spawn sitting on top of the goddamn pad.
Oh, will it?
It won't spawn underneath. It'll spawn on top.
Oh.
And promptly get stuck.
No.
But what you can do is, and you will find this in a lot of POIs that Vermilion and others have done. It's that, and you might see that on like the fortified walls on the outside of a POI. That, you know, you've got this wall, great, and you've got all the, if you're going to creator mode, you'll see those upside down. Because there's nothing physical for them to get stuck on, they're just going to fall down.
Right, okay.
The problem is, you can see them spawn in, if you'll happen to be looking at them.
Right, I see.
So what I tend to do is that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's great. So it won't get stuck in the wall, and it will just fall down directly in front of the player.
It should do, yes. It should do.
Okay. Yeah.
The problem, the one problem with those though, or not a problem with what you were saying, it'd work out fine. The spawn pads, you can't make the red box go underneath them. So, for example, that one would not spawn here.
No.
As soon as you go over here, it's going to start spawning.
Right, so it drops down behind them.
Yeah.
What if you were to put it on the other side? Would it still drop behind the player as they were coming? If their sensing box was over this way, you see what I mean? And as soon as you got to here, it could give it more opportunity to actually fall down in front of them.
Best thing to do is if you want that to stay like it is, in terms of where I've put it, it's not going to activate because you physically, if you have a look and play around with like the sliders for the areas, you know, exactly the same thing like you would as a, you got front, you got the side, you got the other side, and the other side. What you don't have is to go down.
Oh.
So if you click the interactive setup button and go behind, you cannot make it go below that physical pad.
Right, okay.
So that shows you the area it's going to spawn in. So
right,
you can go 16 blocks in every direction except for below it.
right. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, welcome to the world of POIs.
That is kind of annoying. Just because, you know, for setups like
It's a
this.
shame. It's a real shame, and it's not just that. Imagine you. Well, okay. Take these lovely little things here. For example, if you have one of those spawn like that, and you're down here, it's never going to spawn.
No.
Never.
Because it can't go down.
Exactly. So what you tend to want, if you want it to happen, is something like that for a physical spawn pad, and upside down for a thin one. The problem with that, of course, how I've put it, if you're coming from this direction, it's not going to spawn if you're here.
No, it's not, is it?
So part of the POI building is in terms of the placement of those spawners, the flow of the POI story, how the player progresses through it. That becomes, for me, an integral part of the whole thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
that could be,
sorry, go on.
I was just saying that could be perfectly fine for ones here, you know. It's just have other spawners in here, or, you know, have another one here which is flat. Dink, there you are. And that'll spawn for the ones which is over here, you know.
Yeah.
The one thing
so
is... Sorry, go on.
And so it's a bit like a chain reaction then that you make. So you've got one that connects to another one, so the player is completely, or not completely, but constantly engaged. Which is great.
So for me, it's as I said, it's I try to put my mind in a player's shoes. Okay, so that's why I have a gravity, so I can just walk about and pretend kablam, kablam, kablam. Ah, I'm dead. Crap. You know, it's to try and figure out what they would do, where they would go, and where they can hide, and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
In a nutshell.
No, it's really, really useful. It's also really interesting because you're right. You have to think like that in order to make the most of the POI for the entertainment of the players. but I get what you're saying. Being shot in the back or being jump scared, you only want a couple of them, really, don't you? You want.
Unless you want to be an evil git.
I mean, I suppose the more that you use things like that is you want to ramp up the intensity because they're getting towards the core, and that would be a good incentive for them as they're going along, that they know that they're getting somewhere towards finishing it. But other than that, you don't really want a lot of it at the beginning.
Now there is something I've just thought of that you could do. Okay, of course these are curved, aren't they?
Yeah. But we can change some of it. I mean, that's the thing, you know.
Well, yeah, this will do. Apologies for knocking a hole a minute.
Oh no, you go right ahead.
So, so what you can have. Nope, not that one. That'll do. So you can have something like this. So imagine you've got a corridor of some kind or a room, whatever. You can make this locked, not damage it, so the player can't open it, but have it opened to a motion sensor of something, so that when they get to a certain point, the door opens. It will also turn on this thing and start churning the stuff out.
Oh.
The only thing you have to watch out with doors. Now, have you ever been inside POIs and they get stuck in the doors? They can't go through the doors.
Yeah.
Aha! If you look at devices, there'll be a button.
Okay, let's go to devices. Hi. Oh, I'm still in the thingamajig. Hang on a sec. I'm still in this one. How do I exit? Okay.
I just press escape.
Okay. So you want me to go to devices? Let's have a look. Where did you go? You're over here still.
Yes. Yeah, so just look at the door and go to the devices. For that door.
Okay. And go to interactive setup.
No, you didn't look at the door.
Oh, did I not? Oh, darn it! There we go. Oh,
there we go.
Right.
NPCs. So if you've ever been inside a POI and they can't get through the door. That's why, because it's not ticked. So if you tick that, that's when he could spawn and come outside the door. Now that there is a box on the blast doors, but they don't work at the moment. So for some reason, things don't like walking through a blast door.
Right. Okay. But they can. I love that. So they can open the doors and come out and shoot people.
Yeah. So if you see, it's this kind of thing which is helpful on an admin core, because in a standard core they can just blast through that door. Oh, what's that? Kablam, and it will never spawn. In an admin core, you can link both that door and the spawn pad to the same signal. So when the player walks in front, the door opens, it'll start spawning.
Right. Okay.
Hopefully create death and mayhem and destruction.
I love this. This is great. Yeah.
I think someone's asking, do they hear Escarli?
Oh, hang on. I've missed loads of chat because I was really involved in listening to what you were saying. Hang on. Fed says, just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water. What, me and myself and Escarli together? Ha 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 ha. Yes. Great minds. What you did, make separate rooms with spawners, so the enemy spawns and gathers, and then open a door or whatever when the player is near. And make some nice traps without other spawner issues. I think this is what Escarli was just talking about as well, wasn't it? This little nice trap. Mr. Usurper, hello! Have spawners in rooms players won't get into, so you can hear them but they can't get to them. I guess that's a thing as well that we could do, isn't it? Have rooms with just spawners. And the thing is once you blow the core, the mobs go away, don't they? They vanish. They're not left over.
Well, funny thing.
Okay.
See, if you click the static box, then it's going to ignore the fact that the core's gone. It's going to ignore the fact there's no generators, which is a favourite of people. It's going to ignore the fact that of signals. But if you open up the device of one of those spawn pads, you will see you can change the faction, and the default is spawn as base.
Yeah.
So what that means, same as base, there we are. So if you then choose nothing, or if you choose a specific faction,
Yeah.
so say for example, the Zirax was your faction, you would choose Zirax or Ark or Wastelanders, whatever.
Yeah.
And if the core is gone, it's still going to spawn because it's set to Zirax.
Oh. Okay.
So it doesn't matter. I love it as well. You know, I think you can just snipe out the core and have fun. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's great.
I got that from Vermilion.
Oh, that's so good. Val, hello, welcome back. You do hear Escarli. Escarli is my special guest today. We're plotting
Hello.
together.
I took a wrong direction. But I mean, it's you can have one of those doors here, and one of those doors here in this particular room, you know, both sides.
Mm.
And then I now have a motion sensor here, or something, or even above. You know, 'cause sometimes it's some people will look out for motion sensors, so sometimes it's nice to hide them so they don't see the motion sensor. Because people like Tread and Ace and other people, they must see emotion sensors. Hang on, something's going to happen here.
Yeah, that's sneaky. What's going on right there? Where
Of course, it could be fun to put a motion sensor there to make it do nothing, just to troll them.
Oh yeah, we should definitely do that in tribute to Tread and Ace. Definitely. I like the having little hints like that just you know, they're just little nods to other things.
Well, in my terraforming POI, that's is in the game, but it's not used in the game. There's a Xeno block with an O on it, and that O is for Master Inagi.
Fantastic.
He was complaining about. Well, he wasn't complaining. He was just trying to point out that, you know, Escarli, you need to make sure that the loot is okay with this, you know, because you don't play survival, which is, you know, is helpful criticism. So right then, okay, you want loot? I'll give you loot. I'll give you your very own Xeno block.
That's amazing. Val says he wishes he was here enough to grok quite what you were saying, but you're distracted. Ari, that's amazing. You need a motion sensor in your closet so the cat can get fanfare whilst going to the letterbox. I mean, I think we all need that, don't we, for our cats? Yeah, I think we're gonna have a motion sensor that does nothing up there. In honor of Tread and Ace. I think that's a really good idea.
If you pre-damage it as well, so they can actually destroy the motion. Ha! Solved it. Yeah, no.
Okay, let's do it.
That's the beauty of being a POI builder. You can do whatever you like. It's as long as it's fun for the player. You know, if a trick works, it works.
Yeah. Yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Because I've really been trying to think of other uses for these thin spawn pads in bays that you can still have them. Things will still spawn in out of thin air, but because of the devices used or how you've done the shaping, it makes it look as if, okay, there's something going on here, you know.
Yeah.
Because the problem with these spawn pads, you can destroy them far too easily.
Yeah.
So it's all about pushing them in places that, yes, they might be able to see, but there's more important things coming in, or even kind of putting them in so it delays. So you could put kind of something here, and give it a bit of a a trash mob or something, you know. So if they destroy it, not a problem. It gives the proper spawn a chance to spawn, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So what we could do, I've had an idea actually. Not in God mode. Hang on a sec. Where is my concrete box? There we are. So essentially, let me just grab them. Why do we not have curved walls? Oh, we do. So right, if we just move this over there like this, and we have like a little curved area, but with a, say we've got a guard that's checking everyone's IDs. So we could have just a spawner pad there. You must present your passports for making sure that you've got the right ticket to go in. Behind here we could have a say that it's just the guards' lavatories, facilities. Where is that? Got the boxes here. There is the, where is the toilet modern?
There is something that's do you know the builder NMK 111?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he's a damn good builder, very good builder, and he built this POI for Escarli's Master POI Challenge. This is going back to roughly September, November 2019.
Oh wow, okay.
And he did this fantastic kind of cage, kind of entrance area with kind of the vents blocks, see-through vent blocks, you know, and doors on it, but it slammed shut. And stuff would start spawning because you go in, it's a 0x POI, so you go in, the doors slam shut, you get an LCD which says you are being shot. And things start spawning, you know, because intruder alert kind of thing. So you're inside this room, and you see just stuff spawning around you. It's great.
I like that.
I mean, if you've got a HQ to something, you're going to have some kind of security in that.
Well, yeah, absolutely. This is definitely a thing that, I mean, all buildings have them. Even, I mean, if you look at real life and the way that, you know,
Oh yeah.
So like, you know, Parliament or 10 Downing Street. I mean, 10 Downing Street is not really what we're going for, but Parliament or I think it's the White House. I mean, the White House is a massive building. It's all got mega amounts of security on it, where you have to present your identification to make sure that you gain access. You definitely need an area, and if you don't, you're gonna get questioned, and you know, they're gonna ask you what you're doing, and if you know if you are suspicious in any kind of way, it's not going to go well for you, is it?
Yeah.
You know.
And that's the beauty of this sort of thing as a POI builder. You can put in two lights, for example, one which is kind of your standard color, everything is great, hunky dory, peace, you know, fantastic. Then you get some git coming in, shooting up the place. It's all tied to motion sensor, of course. It turns the good light off, turns the bad light on, red alert kind of thing. A different lighting system.
Nice.
The one thing, the bad thing, and it's something which would be very helpful, is to be able to tie the reputation. If you've got friendly reputation, great. I don't want that one to spawn. I don't want that one to spawn. I don't want that one to spawn.
Yeah.
But we can't do that, unfortunately. But
oh, damn it, we can't.
no, it'd be nice, you know, to tie spawns to, like, if you're aggressive, have everything turn on.
Yeah, hit them as much as you can with everything you got, you know.
Yeah, but that does have an effect on me when it comes to, okay, so is this going to be a combat POI? Is it going to be a POI where, yes, there's some combat, but it's where you go to pick up missions, or it's a trading area, or it gives the overall design of it. Okay, so do I want them to be in combat? Great. Okay, therefore I'm going to be an absolute git when it comes to to stuff. I'm going to put in all these things, you know.
Yeah, yeah. It would be amazing. What do you think about this then? So if we have, like we were talking about just before, and you were saying, you know, you can get distracted. You distract them with what's going on here. How about we have facilities with a guy that's just come out of the facility, like a third guard, coming over and he goes, "Oh no, no, no! You just shot my mate."
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have a problem with that. I mean, what you could do, if you open up one of these one of these spawn pads, you see the drop down when it comes to Xerak's minigun. You can change that to whatever you want. But by the side of it is a loot ID.
Oh, is there?
Yes. And that's where you can have some additional fun.
Oh.
So the loot ID is actually linked to the loot. I always forget which config table it is, but there's one particular config which we as players can access, which says loot ID number 1 is going to be able to drop or have a chance of this stuff to spawn. Loot ID number 2 is going to give you blah, so forth. So it's possible for you to customize what stuff they will drop.
That's awesome.
So you won't have the standard. So, for example, if you wanted to, and obviously I wouldn't advise it, but you could make one spawn drop advanced cores, for argument's sake.
Really?
It's just a number. So what I have done in the Krill Nexus, there's one I've put. I've used up all those drop downs, so there's a 1 in 4 chance of getting it. It's only going to spawn 1, so it'll spawn 1 of the 4. But I've set 1 of the 4, I think it's a mechanoid, to drop the loot that an ultra rare container would have.
Wow, really?
So you've got a 1 in 4 chance of the mechanoid to spawn, and if he does, it's going to spawn the contents of an ultra rare.
That's awesome. And that's a really nice thing as a player to receive.
It is. You just need. Obviously, I did that in a suitable room. There's an awful lot going in that, and you could easily miss it. And I think most people have. The people who have had it spawn say, it's a mechanoid. I know what it drops. I'm not going to see. It's your loss.
Yeah, pick it up quick before it disappears.
Yeah, but you could all you could have it drop the loot container of something else. For example, if you're looking through the loot box and you say, this particular one drops ammunition. Great, I'm going to choose that one. You know. The only thing I would say is it can be dangerous doing that, because if they only go and change that config table, it's obviously going to change what's going to spawn.
Yeah.
So I would use it sparingly.
Use it wisely. And
Yes.
sparingly. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the reason why I mention all that is because if you wanted that security guy to have something special, you could do so to make him stand out a tiny bit. I couldn't tell you what number to put in, but
I'm sure it's there will be a loot ID table somewhere, won't there?
There is. I always forget which one it is. I always open up the wrong one by mistake.
Hang on, we've got some chat. Zombie says, "What's up, everyone? Hey, Zombie Hugs. I've got special guest Escarli on today. We're learning a lot. It's awesome. That's what's happening today on stream. We're plotting together. It's amazing." Dark says, "Sounds like a certain POI Escarli was working on with rows and rows of spawners." I mean, you want the shooty fun, don't you? Ball says, "You probably don't want to mess with loot IDs though, since you can't add new ones with a POI alone." Okay.
Exactly, yes. So as I said, I've only used them in two locations. One was at Krill Nexus POI.
Mm.
As I said, because you've got, say you've got Zizerax minigun. If you put in Zizerax shotgun, Zizerax commander, and I don't know, something else, a hexapod, you got 1 in 4 chance. If you choose the amount, if you change that 2 to a 1, you're going to have 1 in 4 of one of those spawning.
Yeah.
So it's not as if you get it every single time, which is the other thing, balance. If you know something is always going to happen, if you know at this location I'm going to get that, at that location I'm going to have that, it's nice to have a variety so they don't always get exactly the same mobs.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually really like that in vanilla that they've changed it up. That you don't just get either Legacy or Xerex anymore, you get a variety of different NPCs.
But that's all down to the builder of the POI. They are the ones who dictate. Okay, so in this one you've got it's only going to spawn a Xerex minigun or a hexapod.
Yeah.
I suppose it could spawn one of each, but
But
if you don't specify it, it's not going to have a chance, you know.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, whereas if you choose a variety, the more variety you've got, the more flavor you've got, I guess. So like cyborg and let's choose a different one. Well,
I love those cyborgs, but I understand survival people don't for some reason.
no, they don't. They are annoying. But I mean, that's
The good thing, they make the same sound as the engineering cyborgs or the medical cyborgs.
oh, do they?
So you can actually put there's if you type in cyborg, if you just type in cyborg, you'll end up with a list of all the different cyborgs. So the engineering cyborg, there you are. So medic, engineer, those aren't combat ones. So they're going to run around like a civilian. He's a shooting up the place, but it makes the same noise. So it was a good trolling thing, you know. Oh shit.
I think that's a great idea. Because unless you're really you really know the different types of cyborgs, it's gonna surprise people. Because they're just gonna expect it's gonna be a shooty cyborg rather than anything else. That's great.
Yeah, I see. I've got an engineering cyborg in the Nexus hidden, which they can't see.
So they think it's an assault cyborg, but it's not.
Yeah, I love it.
That's genius. I love it.
I put it in a generator room which you can't get to, but you can see the glass kind of thing. So my idea is, well, why are the Krill going to maintain that? Oh Christ, no! But they'll just put in a cyborg. There you are. Let's just block him off. He'll be fine for 100 years. That'll be fine.
Oh no, that's amazing. Because I think it goes back to what Dark was saying as well. Just have a room full of NPCs spawning, because that kind of thing makes players, or it certainly does when I'm playing in survival, put me on my guard. But then
yeah, he might be referring to my cryogenic facility that I built. It's got something like 200 spawners in there, and the idea is there's a story. It's admin core. You go through it, you turn a couple of generators off in order to open a door, but you accidentally let all the Krill prisoners who are in the cryogenic chambers free. So I've got the cryogenic chamber, the deco thing. Then immediately in front of that, I've got a thin spawner. So it looks as if they're coming out of the cryogenic chambers, and you just see them kind of all spawn in.
Oh.
And in one room, there's like 30 or 40 of them. I think it's great.
It's amazing, because the thing is, it tells a story as well.
But you can also delay them as well. So you can set up a signal. It's very, very simple to do. You just go to signal logic, you hit delay, and you can assign it to a motion sensor. So you put in a motion sensor, you've therefore got a signal. You put that signal in that delay signal, put in a couple of seconds. So you can make it so that this one will spawn immediately, this one will spawn 2 seconds later, this one will spawn 4 seconds later. So it's like a gradual thing. You'll just suddenly see them all spawn.
Yeah, so you can stagger it.
You can also stagger it on those sentry guns which come out of the walls as well.
Can you
So
really?
Yeah. So instead of them coming out all at once, it'd be like 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, and on each of those seconds, I've got a spare of sentry guns coming out the wall. It's great.
Oh, that is definitely a thing of beauty.
I like it.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, by doing that, if you want kind of a corridor of death, for example, you can have so. But if they all come out at the same time and shoot at the same time, that player is going to be dead.
Yeah.
If you've got a sentry gun coming out, for example, unless you're really low health, your armor is absolutely totaled. you're going to be safe.
Yeah.
So if it ain't got a second sentry gun coming out 2 seconds later, then another one. Oh shit! You're gonna back out, and so it has that kind of reaction, you know.
Yeah, it either forces the player to take stock and control straight away. They're going, right, okay, this is coming. It's all on a crescendo, if you will. Let's go and take it down bit by bit and deal with it, or try to deal with it. Or if we wait too long, because sometimes you're like, right, okay, I'm gonna sit here and wait and get my health back up. That might not be an option depending on how you deal with it. But if they go in and they wait too late, then they're gonna, like you're saying, they're gonna get massacred. You know.
Which I'm a big fan of, but then it's their fault.
Well, yeah, because it is their fault, because, you know, by waiting, and it's not that they were expecting it, you know, it's a very innocent thing that they were like, yeah, we're just gonna wait here and heal. Oh no, that was a bad idea. You should have gone in straight away, because then you'd have an opportunity to hit everything out. I like it.
Only John Rambo is John Rambo.
Hang on. Jarvis says, hello, Jarvis. Hello. Escarli and I are hanging out today. We're talking about POI tactics. So if you didn't know that's what was going on, that's what's going on.
Hello.
I'm learning from the master. So I love that though. I love the fact that you can stagger things, that I just hadn't expected that you could do that.
Well, we can set it up here if you like. It's
Yeah.
let's call it Bob for no particular reason. I'm going to set up a delay of 2 seconds. I'm going to turn the signals off. That's very handy. And we're going to put in Bob.
Bob. I'm glad I'm not the only one that goes directly to Bob for naming. Take a look at Facility 09. You'd suggest experiencing on the server first.
Okay, so everything's should be set up at the moment. As you can see, the spawn pad is powered down.
Okay.
It's because I've turned it off. If you have a look at that, and if you have a look at the signal, I might not have set it to the signal actually. It needs to be set to the signal needs to be set to Bob.
Okay.
If you click at the signal logic, sorry.
Signal logic.
No, not Bob. Sorry, my bad. Yes. So it needs to be set to SIG 001. So if you go to the on off.
Yeah.
The drop down.
Yeah.
That's right. And then just click SIG 01. So that's set up. But if that motion sensor just above the door is Bob.
Yes.
So I've just added in the delay of 2 seconds, which is the other thing. If you've got, imagine a corridor of death, for example, like which they all come out 1 second in between, you can balance it by just changing that 2 seconds to say 3 seconds or 4 seconds.
Oh, okay. So that's your delay there then.
Exactly, yes. So if we now look at the red area of the motion sensor, because I've customized it so it's really kind of but you'll just be able to see the red area.
If we just go back to devices, yeah.
Yeah, you need to find that motion sensor wherever it is.
Okay.
That's no, that's the motion, the area of the spawn pad.
Oh right, okay. Hang on. So, let's just get it out of there. It's one.
It's easier. That's right, you got it.
Oh, perfect. So as soon as you hit here, that's when the timer's gonna start going.
Yes. So I've actually turned. In the control panel, I've turned the signals off. So if you stand outside of the red area, and then turn the signals on, you can take yourself out of God mode and then just test it to watch that spawner come on.
Right. Okay.
But as soon as you walk in that red area, 2 seconds, boom, then it will come on.
Right. Okay. So we turn this on. Did you say?
No, if you exit that.
Yeah. Exit.
So just press escape. There you are. Go to, if you stand outside that red area.
Yep.
Now, so just plonk yourself down there. That'll do.
And I just need to come out of God mode. There we go.
Boom. So if you then go to the control panel and turn the signals on, because I've turned them off.
Go to control panel. NPCs.
No, main.
Oh, main. Yep.
No, left, main, devices, main.
Oh, devices, main. Hang on.
Yeah. No, main.
Oh, there we go.
And then you've got power, oxygen, shield, light, signals.
Oh, turn the signals on. Right, okay.
Yes.
Ah.
Because if you're working with signals, it's painful to bloody but if you set them off accidentally. But now if you just walk into that red area and keep your eye on the spawn pad, you should see it within 2 seconds of going into the area. You'll see it power on, and that's when things would start spawning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just powered on now.
Oh yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, there you go.
And the beauty of doing that, if I have that sort of thing set up, it means you don't have to be quite so irritating with the red area.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. You've done the motion sensor, great. You've put the spawn pad down. You've done system logic, fantastic. You've decided what NPCs to put in, great. Now you need to do the red area of when they spawn in.
Yeah. Okay. So you could effectively have just signal logic that goes. Oh, I'm not in God mode anymore. I'll just open these blast doors. A signal logic that detects over here facing down that triggers this mech here that drops down. So, and it could be on a 4-second delay or something like that. So as soon as they've entered through, that's when they see it come down.
No, because it's still not. It still can't spawn behind.
Oh, so but even if you had a signal logic set up here.
No, because when I've put on the wall, in order for that to spawn, you've got to be across the threshold.
Oh, so it's still area specific with the actual spawn plates then as well.
Yeah. So when you're looking up there, it can never ever the NPCs can never spawn if you're below it. So if you go into God mode and go below, it's never going to spawn in because the red box will never go down.
Right. Okay, I see. You do have to be very, very careful about where you place things then, otherwise it just doesn't work.
Yeah, my cat is going to be torn off as well because he just torn the keyboard off the bloody thing.
Cats will cat. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, whilst you get that sorted out, it gives me a chance to just catch up with chat a little bit. Although there's not much. Jimbo says, "Bob, bring on bombs." Excellent, nice, Dark. But I think "bring on bombs" is Bob is a good analogy for that.
Yeah, so I've just made one slight change, and that's it was left on follow. So this is where the other parts of the signal logic comes in. If you change it to on, then when you're in the motion sensor, it's going to turn it on, and it's never going to turn it off.
Okay.
So depending on how complicated you wanted it to be, you can make it turn on and off, dependent on what you do the settings to, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. No.
See, well, I mean, if you go into the spawn pad at the moment, it's set to SIG 001, and I've put it to on.
Right, okay.
Reason why I've done that is when you're outside of the red area, it's going to be, obviously once it's reset at the moment it's switched on. If you're outside of the red area, it's going to be off.
Yeah, okay.
If you're inside the area, it's going to be on. If it's set to follow, as soon as you go outside of that motion sensor red area, it's going to be off again.
Right, okay.
So by setting it to on, even if you walk outside of that motion sensor red area, it's still going to be on.
Oh, okay, now I get you. Yeah.
See, I see this sort of thing is something you can have a bit of fun with in this big long corridor.
Oh, heck yeah. I love when you yes, sorry, I'm excited. My brain is kind of exploding right now. You know when we're talking about a crescendo of firepower? You know, I mean, it makes me think of and as you get further towards these areas, specifically this area and this area, seeing them all pop up one by one, I think would work so well.
It's got a great effect for the player as well. It's at the Quill Nexus, I've got this wall of death, like I've explained. There's around 8 or 10 sentry guns, one either side of the thing. So the first two pop up instantly, then kind of 1 second later, 2 more, 1 second later, two more, until you get to 10 seconds. And it's that kind of gradual, oh, and they back out and they start picking it off. I haven't actually seen anyone die, and that's the good thing about it. Is yes, there's a lot of sentry guns, and because it's balanced in a way that, you know, they see it gradually. It's not all at once and boom, you're dead.
Yeah. It's much nicer, isn't it? It's like I say, it's a realization that the creator is playing with you, but in a really nice way that gives you an opportunity to survive it. That I really like. Like you're saying, they go, oh, okay, let's get to it. I think what will work well here as well is the fact that we've got pillars, so they do have some cover fire in certain areas, which is probably a good idea, providing them with certain things. Although lasers have a tendency to shoot through blocks as well.
That's something for survival people to tell me.
I think lasers can do, or they used to. I don't know if they still do.
Gran!
Okay. Fred says he made me think of a measured response in the POI based on multiple players. Dark says I think you need to consider a Treadmill Ripper and a DM Dark Menace Rocket Mayhem for number of spawns to overwhelm or almost overwhelm that firepower. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Like you say, if you kind of sit back and don't go in, then that's going to be a bad time for you. But also, if we're talking about falling mechs and spawning all over the place, as well as sentries coming out on a timer, I think that should definitely be very entertaining for the Fredmore Ripper and DM Rocket Mayhem. I do mean Shredder, yeah.
The other thing is, when it comes to POIs, and because I know you're one of the many people who likes running POIs with other people,
Yeah.
And it's how to build a POI which is good for one person and good for a group of people is different, because a group of people will need much more of a challenge than one single person.
Yeah.
So it is this kind of tough thing about how do you make something completely balanced, because it could spawn in survival in single player for a person, and they could find it almost impossible.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of stuff to think about in that sense,
Yeah, and you want it to be doable by everyone, don't you?
Yeah.
You want someone. Say, I'm on a mission and I find this place, and I'm on my own. I want to be able to take this over, even if it takes me a little bit longer. But I want it to be doable, and you also want it, like you're saying, present a challenge for a group too. I guess that is going to be difficult.
Yeah. See, one thing, if I could suggest, these railings here.
Mm.
So let me just Here we go. So at the moment, you are using these ones.
Yeah.
Either side, and what that means is that you can't put anything down next to them. So if you, oops, wrong one. If you put in these ones, you can do something fancy.
Oh.
You can then put that, and then you could put kind of obscure down one. Or you don't have to have those. You could put some kind of deco or loot box of some kind. You get the idea. It's but those are. It's very handy.
Now I know what you were talking about. This was a couple of weeks ago. Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Then imagine if you've got a motion sensor of some kind hidden somewhere, probably below, pointing upwards, would be good there. Because you could easily put one here; they would never see it. Just make sure it's pointing upwards.
Oh, so you just turn it the other way around?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
So just put one block down below where you want it to, and then put it on top of that block, looking upwards.
Okay. Is that right? So like that.
Yep, that's it. And then you just fiddle around with the area and so forth,
And find where, yeah, okay, you find the sweet spot for where you want it to be.
Yeah, so that's why I tend to use the interactive setup. I click that move, and then kind of. Some people use like the Alt and the Control left key. I just can't get the hang of those, to be honest.
Well, no.
The other part of it, and this is the reason why I'm also doing that. This is why I prefer admin calls, is because I don't have any. My preference is admin calls because it's much easier to try and anticipate what the player is going to do.
Mm.
If you don't have an admin call, then they can fire in through the hole, and if you happen to have a thin spawner there, they're going to see it vanish appear out of thin air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which they will then complain about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the thing is in a POI like this, I know I've said it before, but I do think it holds up. Is in a POI like this, an admin core is the only way forward.
I get people's reservations about the admin cores. You know, they can't do this, they can't do that. But for me, building a POI is all about giving the player a certain experience. You know, you want the player to have a certain level of experience when they run through the POI, and being able to do all this stuff, like I've explained with the delays and motion sensors, etc. All that could be blown apart if they just attack the generators or snipe the core or just blast through the hole.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it makes it difficult to be motivated to build something extra special for them.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's where something like you know, if you had a normal board, like an energy building or something like that, that's got maybe one bit of good loot, a load of firepower, but it's easily taken over. That's, I mean, I think they all have their place, but like you're saying, the extra special ones that you're spending a lot of time on, the admin cores, they're a puzzle, aren't they? They're a puzzle for the players, and they're a delight for the builders as well, because we can take our time and do extra fun things and know that the players are going to experience it. You know, and it makes it all more worthwhile, I think.
So I just replaced your railings.
Oh no, fantastic! Thank you. Sorry.
I'll just give you an idea. You know, you can kind of. It's a pet hate of mine in terms of railings because it runs on the side, because you can't put anything against them. When you're using those, perfect. I could then put something against it. You know, it just makes the POI look a bit fuller.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get rid of those now, those side ones, because we could put something extra in there. Fill the building with dirt using your drill filler tool. Okay, so Trevmore's brought up an interesting thing. How do we combat something like the drill filler tool? Is there a way that we can get round it?
Ban the filler tools from the game.
Just right to early on. Please ban, please.
In all honesty, no. Not that I can think of. It's I do enjoy watching Trade and Ace. Don't get me wrong.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
I was watching Ace once, and the last few streams, it's been great, but it was quite funny. Every single time I turned in to watch Ace, he was in a HV tunneling underneath the bloody POI without fail. And I turned around and mentioned, you know, hello, how are you doing? I was seeing he was attacking, and he was having problems. I couldn't tell you exactly how, but there was some kind of issue. They were having problems tunneling. And I asked him, have you actually tried attacking it standard? And he said, well, no, this is what I usually do. So he did, and he actually went in the HV and managed to defeat the turrets on the outside. So it's kind of great, you know, cool. It's
So, and was that one with an admin core?
No, it was a standard core.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't tell you which one it was. One of the funny things I find people who try to tunnel is sometimes they will forget about where they're going to spawn if they die.
Oh yeah, that is a thing. I mean, what we got really into recently was using Volungeers deployables and other ones that are like that. But the one where you can respawn directly in the POI because there's space. I did have an idea though. I guess the way it's not going to work in this this build at all. But a way to actually kind of negate some of the drilling probably would be to have really small corridors, so they'd have to go through it. You could still theoretically dig through it and you'd still be left with half of the dirt, but that would small corridors. I think is probably the only way to get around it, rather than big areas, because you can build walls with a filler tool, I guess.
It's the whole sandbox argument, isn't it? I do get it. It's just building some of these POIs can be quite complicated.
Yeah.
It's trying to anticipate everything they can do is kind of. I do think POIs do needs at least something. It can't all be sandbox. It needs something. Otherwise, it kind of. What's the point of having these good, glorious? I mean, just think of anyone's ever million has done, for example. Doesn't matter whether it's vanilla or default.
Yeah.
And I think this is why he's putting in those generators, which can't be targeted. Because if you keep on attacking a ship and targeting the generators each and every single time, it kind of, I don't know, for me that's a bit boring. It has to have variety. You know?
Yeah. Sometimes just go for the actual turrets, get all the turrets down first, and then board. A bit like the Imperials in Star Wars. They take out the guns, they take out the defenses, and then they board them.
Yeah.
Tunneling is not first choice anymore. No. Vol says if people want to cheat your POI, they will do it. Not much you can do against them. No, that's true. If people want to do that, then and they find a way, then at the end of the day, if they do find a way, then fair play.
Try fitting a HV through that particular door.
Yeah. I don't think I've got an HV that's small enough.
So there are ways around it.
Yeah.
In terms of preventing HVs from going through stuff, the problem is, of course, you can't build an entire POI kind of that thin.
Yeah.
But there are ways to prevent. They would have to spawn another one in, kind of, and so forth. But
yeah. I do have one. It's an ice wolfen. Is it the drill goat? No. Here it is. This is the smallest one that I have access to at the moment. I know that there are smaller ones, but that's an ice wolfen special, and it's really, really little.
It's not getting through that door.
No, it's not getting through that door. Zombie Hug says he likes his enemy knowing he's coming for them. That's why he goes through the front door. How to prevent narrow corridors. HV block is 4 times smaller than the base block. That's true. Do you remember how to prevent the mobility of the POI HVs? Mobility of the POI HV? Impregnable POI with 1x1 shutter doors in the opening. Oh, 1x1 shutter doors. I remember. Yeah. Because we had a problem with this last week, actually, didn't we? I mean, they weren't 1x1s, but just to find the core, it's a bit of a different thing. But once these are locked, and if they're an admin core that are needed, that you need switches to, until you take over the core, they're impossible to open. Nothing can stop you from spawning one inside a POI, though, except server settings. Yeah, that's true. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it, right? If you've got the resources and you've got the canniness, I say canniness, you've got the knowledge for it, and oh, hang on, oh no, I thought Escarli was in it. Let's just get rid of that now. I don't know.
No, I'm off to the side.
You're off to the side. Okay.
Yep.
ID 11003. There we go.
Just make sure you don't delete the POI.
Yo, I would be so sad. In fact, actually, you just reminded me. Do you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do an Alt-O right now.
I've noticed you keep on overwriting the same one.
Yes. Did I not
See,
be
but
doing that?
Well, what I tend to do, and I know it's something Matt CZ does as well, is I always save a new version. And the reason for that is if I make a mistake, but I don't realise I've made a mistake, or I've I've gone down a direction and then thought, you know what, I don't want like this. I prefer to go back to so and so. I've got a version I can go back to. I don't have to undo a crap load of stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense.
It does mean you end up with a damn lot of blueprints at the end of it, but
you can always delete the blueprints that you don't need anymore, can't you?
yeah.
You can always go back. You can always go to your finished version and go, that's the only one that I need, and then you can change it because you're happy with it, rather than lose a load of work. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that in the future because you know what's gonna happen, don't you?
But these things take such. It's not just a shaping. It's not just a texturing. It's all this kind of spawning and then kind of. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Because what I was saying about the things, granted, we've got this here, but there's no reason why you can't have that here. Because when they're here, they can see it, but they're not going to be able to destroy it.
Yeah, because then the railing's in the way.
So big grins for me, kind of thing, you know. That's why I would consider these ones to be, what's that word? You don't mind if they get destroyed. That's the one you want to, you know. That's the one with the big hitters. Oh my God, it's gone one kind of thing.
Yeah.
These things I kind of, I don't know. I can't think of the word, but
it's kind of like an easy, not easy. What?
disposable. That's the word. Sorry.
Yeah.
They're disposable. It's that one out there, not so much kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just put some trash mobs like baby scorpions.
Well, yeah. Use identifiers in the same name of the POI revision. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Then you know exactly where you're at, rather than 1 and 2. I will redo that later. Or as we go along, rather. I've only got 2 versions of it. So yeah, like you were saying, disposables at the front where people can see them, the more important ones behind, and then these set on a timer. When you're looking at traps, though, you know, rooms with traps, with trap doors, does that work on the same kind of signal logic? I'd imagine it does then. So you can set up a trap. So say over here is probably a really good room to actually do it in. This one here.
But they can't get through force fields, unfortunately. Believe it or not, they can't walk through a force field.
Oh.
I know that because I tried. I tried in a terraforming POI. I had like a spawning chamber set up, no spawn pad, but a thin spawn pad to make it look as if it was printing stuff, you know. So I had like the force field there to make it look fancy. Yay, not a problem. Went in, tested it, and then there were all these things cramped in to kind of run the chamber because they couldn't get past the bloody force field.
I mean, I think we talked about this a little bit before. So the way around that would be to have obviously NPCs over here, but to have extra NPCs to counter it in the room beyond.
I mean, it's you've got these things here. There's no reason why you couldn't have another one here, and you know, because they can fire through force fields.
Oh.
So if you've got a motion sensor, say below here, and you've got another thing here, the only thing I would say is how would you texture these, because these utilize steel. There you go.
Yeah, cool. that's why I changed the texture to this, is because it will do that nice color. You can still see it a little bit, but I mean, given all the carnage that's going on, I don't think it matters that much in terms of.
Well, some people will, some people won't. You know, it's.
But couldn't you offset that with something like maybe it would distract the eye a little bit by doing because that's in the way. I see what you mean by you want these to not sit on the edges. You want them to sit on the thingy. So if we got rid of that, and there was a thingy, then you could distract the look of that. That's actually a bad example. But with something
Yeah.
like the bush.
It's like we need another one. I've thought many times we need a block to go kadunk, kadunk, kadunk. You know, on all three sides of ones like that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Is the one that doesn't do that?
No, there isn't.
Go.
Ah, damn
I
it.
think everyone
There
wonders
isn't,
what they would
unfortunately,
do
so-
if they saw a ghost.
Hello, Teloke. That's a real shame.
But you're getting the idea in terms of, you know, it's put stuff in front to try and hide it. The other thing, in terms of the older POIs, I know Vermilion has thankfully modernized a fair few of them, but the older POIs, all you will see are these things every single time. You won't see many thin spawn pads at all.
Oh.
So that's why I try to kind of utilize these as kind of reinforcements kind of thing, and then have a few thin spawn pads for ones to simulate people walking around. You've just bumped into them, haha, surprise kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that's why I tried to put like deco down to try and hide it, to kind of hide ones like these. And then you've still got these ones placed in a way not smack bang in the center of a room, but to make it, you know, okay, so what's a decent place for a reinforcement to come in if needed? Ah, great, that'll do. Nice. That's how I tend to try and approach them.
I think that's really cool. Because, like you were saying, you don't want things to be immediately obvious. You wanna kind of add flavor to it, don't you?
Hmm.
And that's definitely like Art Deco is definitely the way to go. Not Art Deco, but Deco blocks are the way to go around it.
And even in real life, is they're not going to, in real life, people wouldn't kind of put things right, bam, bam, here, and here. Then they know you can just snipe it off without, you know.
Yeah. You've got to you got to be a little bit sneaky and tricksy just to.
Yeah, because guaranteed you can destroy one of these pads with a sniper rifle before you've even entered that 16 maximum area to have stuff spawn in.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing to consider. If you have this too far away, but they can see it, that's great for the player, not for what you want to spawn in.
Yeah. Can you, interestingly enough, talking about that and this particular area and these spawn pads and this door, can you put blast doors on a timer? Or as in you can make them open slower? Or is it just open at a standard rate?
It opens at the same rate, yes.
Right, okay.
The one problem of having these these blast doors here is they won't, NPCs cannot walk through them. They can kind of sometimes fall or stumble their way through, but it's rare.
Right.
I don't know why. It's a known problem. So if you've got, let's make it silly, 100 NPCs all rushing at, and you run away, oh my god, you can kind of just hide behind the wall here and just go kablam, kablam, kablam kind of thing, because they will all be stuck.
Right, okay. Yeah, actually we've had that. It's one, I think it's the Abandoned Bunker. It's one of the Abandoned series. With the Guardians, where the Guardians will hide behind a blast door and their legs will poke out and you can clip them.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It's just a pain in the ass when they are open for some reason, despite the fact they are open, and despite the fact because they have got that NPCs can open door thing. So you tick that, that's great, thinking they can run through. Yeah, no, they can't.
Oh,
they still get stuck.
You're like, no, curses.
That's why sentry guns are fun, because they can still fire through the bloody door.
Right, okay. So sentry guns are definitely the way forward if people are going to hide.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bug that eventually will get fixed, but in the meantime, that's what happens.
in the meantime, let's use them and rejoice in them. Right. So if you wanted to corral, like say it's going to work differently with a player than it is with a group, a singular player. If you wanted to corral a person in one particular direction, obviously there's firepower that can do that, but is there any other ways that you could potentially do that other than just, you know, signs, which are signs are great. We could have an arrow pointing that way, but if you're like me, well, you know what it was like when I first did the Elmarian. They were like, there are buttons that you press and things that are highlighted, and I completely ignored them. Is there a way to force a player in one specific direction rather than any others?
Sorry, I just need to tell off one of my cats. Sorry.
No, don't apologise. It's one of those
Naughty
things.
boy.
You can herd cats by treats.
Well, they were fighting about the bed on. I've got 5 cats. I've got cat beds on the table right next to me, and two of them were kind of having a fight. But anyway, the answer is yes if you're using doors.
Right.
Because you can set up signal logic, so even in non-stand. Okay, so imagine. Yeah. So I'll do it here. There you are, one door, but you can't go through it because it's not open. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to actually hook it up.
No.
But I've just put a lever on this. I will give it a signal. I will link it to that door, but you can't walk through it. You've got to destroy it in order to go forwards, for example. So that's what I tend to do. If you want them to not to be able to go straight to the core and destroy it with minimal kind of things, I will put in kind of doors so that by the time you get to the core, they would have had to destroy stuff that will make their reputation plummet. But in terms of an admin core, it's that easy. You can just put a door there, and then just put a lever somewhere else that you do want them to go to, which will then open that door.
Yeah, of course.
The problem you've got though is these doors, and I do like these. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's great. The way you've got this, I think it looks great. We don't have doors this big.
Yeah.
The only thing we've got are those blast doors, which you could fit in here.
Yeah. Actually, we could do it like in the middle, if you know what I mean. Make these three spaces wide and have the blast door in the middle. You know what I mean? So there's packing on either side. That would be the way to do it, wouldn't it? And have a lever over there, or actually we could force the player up to these high points, which actually, I mean, it's kind of nice because they get a nice view from up on the tops here, which usually you would never go to in a POI at all.
Yes, so that's why sometimes you will see POIs that as POI builders, we'll put incentives to kind of go in there before you go here. What I'm trying to do at the moment, for example, and my cryogenic facility was a test bed. I've got one route through, but I've got one area or 2 areas where there's a shortcut, and if you go through that area, it will set off a motion sensor that will deactivate some of the spawn pads. So the idea is if you take a shortcut, you're then going to have an easier time in that particular room.
Right.
Because a lot of the spawn pads are turned off.
Oh.
And they won't come back on again. So it just depends how complicated, because all of doing that can get quite complicated.
Yeah.
I would suggest for your first POI, Do some fancy stuff, sure,
Mm.
but don't do it extremely complicated.
No, a little bit of spice and a little bit of flair, but don't go over the
Yes.
top. Yeah,
Yes.
I
I
think.
mean, there's no reason why you can't have a lever here.
No.
You know, if they can jump up there with a booster pack, great. If this is submerged in the water, which you would have to test on that, and that thing I gave you,
You did, yeah.
um, great. Otherwise, they'll have to kind of go through the way you want it to,
Yeah. Yeah.
or spawn in an SV fly up and then.
which people will do.
That's what Tread, Ace, and Dark, and yourself would do.
Yeah, pretty much. It's so good. Talking of Tread, actually, Tread says, "Do I remember the Void Fortress where you got stuck on the spike ceiling? Plus, we started seeing spawning pads on the walls. Who looks up?" Oh, Tread says to you about your cats. Put a circle on the floor. Cats are drawn to it.
Having 5 Oriental cats and a small circle, it's they would fight.
But you could have 5 pieces of paper. They could put those, and they'll each go to their own. Mind you, they'd probably fight over one, wouldn't they?
The boys are quite boisterous. Let's just say I've got 2 boys and 3 girls, and it's interesting. They all related to each other. Don't get me wrong, so they get on like a house on fire, but they're cats.
I mean that's definitely the qualifier. The cats. He does say as well, what about shutter doors? So I'm assuming shutter doors work in the same way as normal doors, and in admin POI they have to have levers.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's so that is a decision that only you can make. To be honest, if you want them to be forced to go down, it's there's some POIs. It's fun. Okay, so they can go down whichever door they want. Or perhaps they need to go down all 4 to open another door. That's what the Imperium Creel POI is. Unfortunately, I didn't. That was far too complicated. Not the best. But the premise of that is I've got a teleporter that will take you to the control room where you flick a switch, kaboom, and the call goes, and happy days, loot away.
Yeah.
But you've got to pull 4 switches in 4 different areas, which forces them to go to all of the different areas.
Yeah. I think what I want to do in terms of switches, I want them to get a lot of switches, a lot of certain areas. I think I'm gonna. I need to decide exactly which areas they need to go in, but at least 4 significant switches that they've got to pull before they can enter the core room to destroy that. Definitely want it to be more like a puzzle of what they've got to go and try and solve before that they can take out that core. Oh, you were talking about the shutter doors in reference to the tall doorways. Yeah, shutter doors.
Oh, I see what I mean. Yeah, that'd work.
Yeah. Shutter doors would work.
I barely use those, to be honest. That's why I didn't even thought of it. I like the blast doors because they've got an insane amount of hit points. So I'm a big fan of those for non-admin core stuff. Do you want to blow through the door? Fantastic. There you go. I'll give you a door.
I mean, actually, it won't fit in there because of the doorway. Sorry, go on. What were you saying?
I was just going to say, the shutter door should work there, shouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. It could go very nicely on either side, actually, instead of the force field emitters. Although, actually, we could just have one, because then it's closed, and use levers and turn that on elsewhere, like maybe over.
Well, the other thing is, if you wanted to, you could have an LCD down below going upwards with kind of bars across.
Oh, could you really?
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
Something akin to. Where's our LCD screen? So, let's see. It's here. I don't actually have any blocks on me. Never mind. Oops. Enter text here. I'm just doing this quickly, of course, but no, which is it? No. No, that's roughly what I mean.
Oh.
Obviously, you can make it a lot better than that.
Well, I mean, you're just doing it as an example, really quickly. But you could just have them. That's amazing. I'd never even thought of that.
And you can give it a different color. You can set it up to a signal logic to turn those off if you wanted. So then you activate the signal logic, which opens that. Then, and if you wanted to, you could add on a light as well, so it gives it a different lighting. Which is something else, as lights can, if you think of the Krill, for example, not the Krill I've done, but the Krill Jay has done. He's been very good with his lighting, and he wants to make it nice and atmospheric. He wants it to have that certain look, and the lights can kind of really have a nice effect sometimes,
Yeah.
So if you want something to be a combat orientated POI, it makes sense. If you've kind of pulled this kind of, you are an outsider, you are a git, therefore, boom, siren, or not siren because we can't have sounds, but red alert, or blue alert if you're red dwarf.
I know.
Blue alert.
Blue alert.
Are you absolutely sure, sir? Because it does involve changing the light bulb.
I like that. Actually, a blue alert on here would be a good nod to red dwarf and to the fact that it's an aquatic species. With these doodads, what are they called? The LCD projectors. Can you hook up an LCD projector and a light and a shutter door up to the same switch?
Yeah, because it's just one signal. All you do is you just go to the LCD, you assign that to the same signal as a shutter door, and to the light. It's one motion sensor, it's one signal which creates one signal. And when you do that, when you go to a door, a spawn pad, anything else which you do signals with, you click on a drop down, and you will see that signal you've just created. It's not a one-to-one relationship, one signal per device. It's like many devices to one signal, as you like.
You can have multiple things connected to one thing, or you could effectively. Can you connect one thing? Well, yeah, you can, because we talked about it. The core, if it's got 4 levers before it can be blown, so it can have multiple connections as well. So you could have, say, if we had shutter doors on each of these entrances, you could have, say, well, actually, you can only open this door if connection up top 1, 2, and 3 have been pulled before that will open.
Yeah. The only thing I would say to that, and it's something I've learned with the Krill Imperium, if you ever run that Krill Imperium, it's not obvious what you need to do. That is, I built that 100%. It's all mean. It's my fault, and I totally agree. It's just not the best. It's this. I've put in a couple of hints, but those hints are good for me, useless for the vast majority of players. So if you do that, you need to think about, okay, what is this switch actually doing?
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is, like, Tread, Ace, even yourself have said, I don't want to pull that because it's going to blow up all the goods. So you will even come across people, if you know Tic Tac, he doesn't play the game very often, but when he
Yeah.
does, he will not pull a lever.
Really? I didn't know that about Tic Tac.
He will not pull the lever because he is in years gone past. They always used to blow up something, a generator or some kind of loot that he wanted to salvage.
Right. Yeah.
So there is something to be said about having too many levers. I'm not the kind of person. I might blow up a couple of T2 CPU extenders now and again, but I blow up stuff which has very little salvageable significance.
Yeah.
But you will find some people who kind of, that's a lever. I want to no, I'm going to go over here.
Yeah. I can appreciate that. Yeah. So,
So what you could have, for example, is some security room, security office, which you get access to relatively earlier. This was the premise of the Imperium, where I just didn't. The Krill Imperium is just not a good POI. I built it so I can say that. I didn't make it clear enough. You could have a security room, but make it plainly obvious. Call number 1, call number 2, or explosives number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Great. So I've done that one. You can set off an explosion, for example, that could blow part of it off. It all depends exactly what you want to do.
That's amazing. I didn't realize that there were. I mean, obviously we're limited in some ways, but I didn't realize there were so many options.
It's if you can think of it, and if it's possible in the game, of course.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I learned so much from that Krill Imperium in terms of how not to build something. I didn't use any LCDs. I have done a new version, but I'm having some kind of weird problem with it. So the new version, I've removed some signals, so there's not as many levers you need to pull. Plus, I put LCDs in to make it blatantly obvious, or as obvious as I can be, given the constraints of what I've built, what you need to do.
Yeah, this is not going to blow you up, I promise, kind of things. Which is great.
Well, I mean, in something like this, if you want something to actually blow up the core, what I would suggest is every single time you pull one of those 4 levers or X amount of levers, you actually set off an explosive block which goes kaboom.
Yeah.
Doesn't damage anything, because if you, I'm not going to actually hook it up to everything, but you've got 2 kinds of explosive blocks. You've got this one.
Yeah.
And you got that one.
Oh.
This one will explode itself. This one will explode everything else around it.
Oh, okay.
But here's the thing. This is an admin core.
Yeah.
So if you have this surrounded by blocks which are not pre-damaged, it's not going to blow anything else up. It'll just be a loud bang. So when you pull the switch, kabam. Coolant junction number 1 has been blown. Warning. Repairman, please repair. Blah blah blah. That kind of thing,
Oh.
And if you've got 4 of them, when you do the 4th and final one, kaboom. Have a bit of a delay on it, say 3 seconds or something. You can have some LCDs coming up, so warning, self-destruct imminent, or blah blah blah, some crap like that. And then kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Then the core goes.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Oh, I love it. Yeah. Okay. And with the LCDs as well, it just gives it extra flavor, doesn't it? It just really tells the story that you're getting close. It gives players that extra incentive as well, that they finish the POI, and it's a bit like a final fist in the air cheer, woohoo!
Yeah.
kind of moment. Yeah.
It's just I just cannot stress enough. If you have something like that, you need to make sure it's blatantly obvious. Okay. So even a child or 2 could work out, you do this, and that's going to blow the core kind of thing. Otherwise, if you do something like the Krill Imperium, like I did, I've seen people going around it in 2 hours. on the YouTube video, and I had to kind of say, yeah, this is what's meant to happen. I
Yeah.
know because I built it. That kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they said, they replied to me and said, yeah, never would have worked that out. Sorry, mate.
Right, okay, so just be obvious with your intentions for the POI as well.
Exactly, and that's if you do some kind of proper security room, depending on how good you are with LCDs and how fancy you want to make it, because you know what the likes of Script or Sluice to Corp or Vermilion, all the stuff they do with their LCDs looks bloody fantastic, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But you can do some good stuff. You can kind of do something with that.
Yeah, you could definitely have some like LCD displays, say in this office where players could check as well. Say if they had a group where core connections broken, you could change it up. Core connections 1, 2, 3, and 4, and have it turn red, or do something like that, so that they could come in here once this room is cleared out. And be like, right, okay, well, we know where we're at. We're looking for another lever.
I mean, the other thing you could do to kind of give it that effect, if you've heard some kind of explosion, you can have kind of a generator hidden behind a window that gets turned off. Signal. So you go past it, it's switched on. It's not pre-damaged, so you can't destroy it, but you flick the lever, an explosive block goes off, you go past it again, and it's switched off. You can assign lights to be switched off to give it that effect as being depowered or something like that. So again, there's all this that's possible. It just depends how complicated you want to do it. I would just turn around and say, don't make it so complicated for your first one.
Yeah, no, I think, like you're saying, or like we were both saying before, I'm gonna take it nice and easy, have some fun things, some little fancy bits, but not go completely crazy with it, because that's gonna take a long time to get it to get it to the way that I want it. Plus, it's the first proper POI that I've built, so. But I am going to have the crescendo up here. I think that would be magnificent.
That's nice.
Yeah,
So,
that would be
superb.
I've
only just seen this. Sorry, that's nice.
oh, you like that?
Yeah, I like that. That's
hey, cool. Certain things that you learn to do in Minecraft that are translatable to I was gonna say it's Battlestar Galactica. No, it's not Battlestar Galactica. Empyrean. Well, I think we're going to call it there. Escarli, thank you so much for coming and hanging out and giving me loads of advice. I know that I've enjoyed it very, very much. And I know that these guys have enjoyed it as well, because they've been telling me as well. Especially Synetric. Sorry that I've not caught up on the rest of the chat. It's been fantastic, Escarli. Really, really informative.
No problem.
And a lot of fun as well.
Glad also to be of some help,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, whenever it's on, you're welcome to come and hang out whenever you want. It's great.
They can start calling you evil now and not me, can't they?
Pretty much, yeah. I shall go and say goodbye to chat, and there we go. Give me one sec. I'm just all the muty things. There we go. I will have a great evening. You have a great evening. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Synetrix. This is Empyrean Galactic Survival. It's fantastic. It's a thing. It's a game that we've been playing for quite some time. If you haven't heard of Escarli, which if you've been playing Empyrean, you should have heard of Escarli. He's also a streamer. I don't know. I think he might be in chat. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw it on Twitter. Definitely go give Escarli a follow. He streams quite a lot as well, so definitely go and check his stuff out. He's an amazing builder. He's an amazing POI builder. I can't stress how fantastic his stuff is. Really, really, really lots of fun. And he's also a phenomenal streamer too, so definitely go and check his streams out. Let's have a look and see who we're going to raid today. Let's go to Twitcheroo. Let's go. Who is streaming? Empyrean. Hey, Gunny's streaming Empyrean. Give me 1 sec. Let's just keep that quiet while the ads are going. Who? I will have a great evening. Thank you very much, Monster. You take care. Bye, Vollinger. And Jimbo as well. Right, so let's do old Rady Gun for Hire. There we go. Let's raid him. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. It's been a lot of fun, and I know that I've learned a lot and I've had a lot of fun. I hope the same is for you. I'll be back tomorrow with the early morning crew / pod crew, and we're going to be doing a different type of POI tomorrow. One that's got 8 ultra rares. Thanks to Escarli, actually, he gave us the heads up. We're going to go into Karana space. Lots of love. Take care of yourselves, and see you soon. All right.